Ladies and gentlemen, a very, very, very good morning and a warm welcome back to the second day of the Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labor. Before we proceed, if I might kindly ask for those streaming into the room, if you could kindly please take your seats so that we may start with our proceedings. Thank you kindly, thank you for obliging. Now, in true South African style, we say Sanbonani, and we say welcome to this day. My name is Nozipho Shabalala once again, and it's a privilege for me to serve you as your moderator for today's high-level panel discussions. Now, before we get to our very first panel for the day, let's just take a moment to pause and to please take in this safety video that's going to come onto your screen right now.
Durban ICC, where the world meets Africa. As a leading world-class events facility, we make your safety our #1 priority. Please give us your attention for a few minutes to take you through some of the important health and safety information. Whilst here, please help us to prevent the spread of COVID-19 by following these simple steps. Upon arrival at the Durban ICC, you would have been screened for symptoms by way of a temperature check and a health questionnaire. Please remember to keep a safe distance of at least 1.5 meters from other people at all times. Wear a mask for the duration of the event when not eating or drinking. Avoid touching your face. Wash your hands for 20 seconds using soap and water as often as possible. If you can't wash your hands, use the hand sanitizer provided throughout the facility. If you are experiencing any of the COVID-19 symptoms, please contact one of our staff members who can assist you further. As the Durban ICC is a public space, please remember to keep your personal belongings safe and with you at all times. We have many bathrooms for your use around the venue. They are clearly marked in the foyer and concourse areas. The Durban ICC is a smoke-free building, but we do have clearly marked smoking zones outside the main entrance and opposite the concourse area. Please make use of these areas and the ashtrays provided when you smoke. In the event of a medical emergency, please dial the emergency number 031 360 1007 for assistance. The Durban ICC has developed a very simple emergency evacuation plan that everyone must be familiar with. Our staff are specially trained and will be there to assist you in following this plan. In the event of an evacuation, an announcement will be made to leave the venue. Please remain calm and walk swiftly to the nearest emergency exit in the concourse area. These exit doors are clearly marked. Security officers and the marshals will also help to direct you out of the building. Please do not use any lifts or escalators in the event of an emergency. Once outside, you will be directed to the nearest assembly point by the marshals for your safety. Please wait at the assembly point until the venue has been cleared and a marshal deems it safe for you to return to your seats. Thank you for your time and enjoy this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to engage in robust and dynamic conversations today, let's take a moment to reflect on some of the highlights from yesterday. And on your screen, coming up right now, are going to be some of those highlights that I'm going to talk you through. We want to do a quick reflection on just yesterday. We want to talk a little bit about some of the social media reach that we saw. The most important message, of course, being that yesterday was a success. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what does success look like? So let's have a look at that. In terms of our live stream views, we saw almost 8,000 views. And then, as we can see, in terms of those top channels from the Republic of South Africa, a range of channels coming through. But in particular, we also saw the SABC getting us live streaming views of over 1,000, and the ILO website coming in 652. But that was yesterday's recordings, and I don't doubt that the numbers have already begun to grow and will grow exponentially as we continue. The top social media post from yesterday was from the presidency itself and from the president who was with us, and we saw that coming in at over 10,000 views and engagements on that post. So let's move on to see what else we're going to keep as a highlight for yesterday. So that really was the highlight yesterday. Allow me to remind you that the hashtag is End Child Labor, and that's how we're getting the engagement, and that's how we're letting the world know what we are talking about today and how we're showing up for this 5th Global Conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a conference app that I'd like to bring your attention to. I'm quite confident that many of you have already been engaging with the conference app. It's absolutely the place where we are getting the latest updates in terms of our agenda. We are getting visibility of where we need to be. So 3 important things. Check your agenda, and remember, you're building your own schedule. So this experience is completely customized and tailored for you. Remember that we have an interactive venue map, and so you are able to really see where all the rooms are and make sure that you are in the room for the conversations that you want to participate in. The last thing that I want to highlight for you on this is, remember, this is also an opportunity after at least 2 years of not being able to be in person to actually connect with other delegates. So the details of all delegates are on the conference app. You can connect, you can reach out, you can set up meetings, and we certainly hope that you're going to take advantage of the opportunity to do that. Now, that's the conference app. The last thing that I want to talk about is our Slido app. But before I do that, you're seeing on your screen, if you need any support, there's a dedicated team standing by, waiting for you to support you. Alternatively, if you choose not to use the email address, you can walk towards the entrance, and that's where you're going to find the registration desk, which is being manned 24 hours for anybody to give you assistance as you might need. Now, let's talk about how are we going to get your voice into today's conversation. We are going to be using the Slido app primarily because this is a hybrid event, as Minister Nxesi reminded us yesterday. We have thousands of participants online. And so to create one conversational space where we can take in the audience comments and questions, we are inviting you to download Slido. If you haven't already, you will see that there's a code for each session which will be projected onto the screen. If you're joining us online, that code will be inputted into the chat, and you can see that code on the screen right now. And once you put the code through, all you need to do is just press ask, and you'll be invited to type in your question or your comment. There is a dedicated team, not only here in Durban, but spread out around the world, that is moderating and filtering those particular questions to make sure that in the limited time we have, we're bringing to the surface the most valuable questions. And so what you will see on your screen are the approved questions before they are either responded to by the team of experts, or if I can and do have the time, to bring 1 or 2 of those questions into the conversation. And that really is the only thing to say there. And of course, we love knowing who you are and where you are. But however, if you'd like to remain anonymous, you're more than welcome to do that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please be mindful that we do have live interpretation in English, French, and Spanish. I am going to ask the technical team to please ensure that up on stage we have headsets for all the panelists before we start the conversation, please. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's a lot of housekeeping. It's important for us now to get on with the business of the day, which is, of course, the business of the conference. In this first high-level panel, we're really taking a moment to reflect and build on some of the key messages that came out yesterday. We heard from the President, we heard from the Minister, we heard from the Director General of the ILO, we heard from the Peace Laureates, we heard from His Excellency Stefan Löfven, amongst many other leaders, and we heard from the children themselves. And the messaging was clear. We all understand that the challenge of child labor is a critical issue for which the current trajectory of action is no longer sufficient or adequate. We all agree that we need accelerated action, and we need it now. We also all agree that this is one of the very few, if not only, opportunities to make sure that we do not miss our target of eliminating child labor by 2025. And so the conversations you're going to be hearing today are about speed, scale, acceleration. And we're not going back to put forward a case for the elimination of child labor. We know what works, and we need to get on with the job of doing just that. And so in this first panel, we're focusing on the global priorities, on how we might eliminate child labor, especially given the complexity of decent work and youth employment deficits that we are experiencing around the world. To speak to this panel, allow me to welcome my panelists. I'm going to ask you to give them a round of applause as they come up. We're joined by the Director General of the ILO, Mr. Guy Ryder. We're also joined by the Honorable Minister Thulas Nxesi. Thank you very much. If I might ask you to please join me. We also have online participation. It's my pleasure to welcome the Commissioner from the European Union, Madame Jutta Urpilainen, who's here with us, and we're going to be seeing her on screen shortly. We are also joined once again by Nobel laureate Mr. Kailash Satyarthi. Thank you very much, sir. Our applause is very economical this morning. Thank you very much. Let's be a little bit more generous if we can. Mr. James Quincy, the CEO of Coca-Cola, joins us online. Mr. Quincy, we look forward to seeing you on our screens very shortly. And of course, we have Madame Anousheh Kavar, the chair of Alliance 8.7. Thank you very much for being here. And of course, in person as well, we have Madame Zingiswa Losi, the president of COSATU. Can we give her a round of applause, please? And so, ladies and gentlemen, as I take my seat, allow me just to remind you once again that we are looking forward to your questions and your comments as much as possible. And we are handing out somebody's phone is ringing on stage. I think this conversation might be more urgent, so we're going to continue anyway. We are going to invite you, please, to contribute on Slido your questions and your comments. Technical team, if I can please ensure and ask from you that we project our online participants, Mr. James Quincy, the CEO of Coca-Cola, and of course, Madame Jutta Urpilainen, the Commissioner from the European Union, which I know we're going to see very shortly. While we do that, and I can see that we're all getting our headsets, DG, let me start off with you. You had the opportunity to land some of the key messages I spoke to yesterday. This conversation is about global priorities. Why must we focus on priorities at this particular point?
Well, thanks, Nosy. Yeah, and you've encouraged us not to go back over everything that was said yesterday, and yes, I'll try to avoid doing that. But there were some clear messages, I think, which are relevant to the question you're putting. We know we've gone forward a long way, and we know we started to slip back. And some of the reasons for that, I think, we got clues, very strong clues from speakers yesterday. President Ramaphosa put on the table in the clearest possible way how this country, how South Africa, made children's rights an absolutely central part of its post-apartheid constitution and made the advancement of children's rights a very conscious and a very central aim of public policy. We need to do the same. You asked about priorities. My impression is over the last 20 years, somewhere along the line, I think we got a little bit complacent. We were making really good progress until about 10 years ago. And then things started to slow down. The improvements started to slow down. And my only conclusion, and I've thought a lot about this, is we simply we stopped making child labor and its elimination a key and conscious policy objectives, nationally and internationally. And that might sound counterintuitive because we talked a lot about it. We have lots of programs about it. But we need to put the political push back into this campaign. And I think that means two or three things. I'm going to be very quick. We need to do this globally, internationally, as we are doing at this conference. We have Alliance 8.7, which I think Anousheh will talk about later on. We have the global architecture. Nationally, we also have commitments. And thirdly, I think we need to bring in all of the stakeholders here. You have a tripartite plus panel here, governments, workers, employers, and civil society, and the dedicated organizations such as that of Kailash, who bring the alliance together. So the global element, the national element, bringing together the stakeholders. And if you put those three pieces, those three ingredients into the mix, I think we can begin, and we have to do it quickly, to regain the momentum that we had that somehow has been dissipated. And let us not, this is my last word, let's not be distracted by the very real challenges, broader challenges in the labour market. Youth unemployment is one, and there are many others, just transition, digitalisation. Very good, but make sure that child labour figures in all of the approaches, and explicitly in all of the approaches we take to these multiple challenges.
Digi, thank you so much. So one of the things that I know Madame Kavar is going to speak about is how do we sustain international action? And that's what you're saying. Perhaps we haven't sustained that initial energy. The word you use is maybe we've grown complacent. We've missed the mark in terms of keeping the spotlight on the elimination of child labor. But you said globally, nationally, but also at a localized level with the various stakeholders in the room. Minister, let me bring your voice in on the back of that. We all know that hosting a global conference is not easy work. It takes a lot of time, a lot of energy. Why did South Africa volunteer specifically to host this conference? More importantly, I can see the reaction to the word volunteer, but I'll come back to that. But more importantly, what does being in South Africa mean for accelerated action and scaled action, given the fact that the deadline is at 2025?
Well, Nosipho, South Africa, we are an active member of the ILO, and we've been for many years. But also, this relationship has been built over time, and it's built on trust and respect. Not only has this country been one of, I would say, the member states, but we have also subscribed to the vision and as a member state of what we call the global social justice. But South Africa, we also share the vision of the ILO and a number of the member states in terms of transforming the labor markets and the world of work. That's one of the reasons. And you heard yesterday that our president, President Cyril Ramaphosa, co-chaired the ILO Commission on the future of work in terms of making sure that we take this issue of the future of work very seriously. And he co-chaired with the Swedish Prime Minister Stefan Löfven. But what is very interesting, I want to quote something here, is that this centenary declaration of the future of work, it's promoting what we call the human-centered approach. And in the words of the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, the ILO centenary declaration, because this led to this declaration, says it marks a historic opportunity to open a door to a brighter future for the people around the world. And to us then, his words, they echo the declaration's basic intent, which bestows the mandate on the ILO to carry forward its work on social justice and into the second century. So the fight against child labor, and I said that yesterday, it is about social justice. It is about creating the prosperous future and hope for the children. That's our mission, that's our mandate. And hosting this thing, or this conference, very difficult task. First of all, it gives us an opportunity to be able to show our commitment. Our commitment to this work and sharing ideas, sharing information with the different delegates from the whole world, and sharing strategies from the whole world. And to us, also, now that it's held also in Durban, which has been battered by the floods, it's also an act of solidarity. An act of solidarity because we need to show that solidarity to whoever is affected by anything. So we're showing the solidarity here, but also we must just accept that these conferences are very helpful in improving our economies after we've been battered by the pandemic.
Yeah.
The fact that we have said it's for the first time that we are meeting physically like this. The whole world has not been able to do that. And for the first time, hotels are full in Durban. So it's a number of, I would say, gains which we're getting, sharing with the world, sharing the information, taking forward the agenda of the ILO, taking forward the agenda of social justice,
Yeah.
and also helping in uplifting the economy.
Minister, I want to pick up on one thing that you've said, and I'm coming to Commissioner Utpalainen with this pickup. One of the things you've spoken about is solidarity. You said one of the key reasons is also a demonstration of international solidarity, a space to collate ideas and strategies about what works and to share that more openly. Commissioner, I'd love to come to you, because when we talk about solidarity, we are assuming international cooperation. Question to you is, has international cooperation been an effective strategy in addressing child labor? What can we do better? Because if we're here still talking about this, is there anything that we can do better? Now, before the Commissioner answers, to my technical team, if there's any way you can put them on the screen as well so that my panelists don't have to strain their necks, that would be fantastic. Commissioner, over to you.
Thank you very much, and I also want to thank the government of South Africa, the ILO and the Alliance 8.7 for convening today's conference and giving me this opportunity to participate, although virtually. I do believe that cooperation, and especially international cooperation, is the right way ahead. And there is a lot of work still to do. Child labor is on the rise globally, unfortunately. 160 million children are victims of it worldwide. So your question was that how can we do better?
Yeah.
How can we do better? My answer focuses on two areas: global supply chains and education. First, be it clothes, chocolate, coffee or electronics, these must not be produced by children. I think this is a very important principle. And we have the responsibility as policymakers, companies and consumers. So right now we work to boost food security and production in partner countries. In parallel, we must pay particular attention to child labor. And this is why I can announce today that the European Union will invest 10 million euros more in a new action targeting child labor in agriculture value chains. Working with ILO and other key international organizations, we will share knowledge, but we will also share data and implement projects on the ground. And this comes on the back of other EU-funded actions like Clear Cotton, the Sustainable Cocoa Initiative and the Chip to Shore rights. So for instance, this Sustainable Cocoa Initiative, we bring different players around the table to ensure a living income for cocoa farmers. The Clear Cotton project, implemented by the FAO and the ILO, has removed and prevented almost 4,000 children from the cotton fields and got them back to schools or training centers. And we are also holding EU companies accountable under our new corporate sustainability due diligence proposal. So to access EU markets, companies will be required to assess risks, identify and end child labor or other practices threatening workers and the environment. So we are taking different kind of actions really to ensure that children has rights. My second point was education. Unfortunately, children trapped in child labor do not go to school. I think this is unfortunately the case in many of our partner countries. And if they go to school, they are very often tired and they cannot follow and learn. So giving all children access to education must be our priority. I have personally, as a commissioner, taken decision to increase our financing to education so that it will be at least 10% of our external funding. And as a former teacher, I know the power behind education. So my conclusion is that child labor is a complex problem with many root causes, and there is no silver bullet. However, there are solutions, and we are very committed to find those solutions.
Thank you very much for that. And you've really spoken to global supply chains, you've spoken to education, but you've also shared an announcement which I think is very important, that of additional investment to the tune of 10 million euros. Now, I think that does deserve a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for leading the way there. Now, the Commissioner, unfortunately, does have to leave us. And so, Commissioner, what I was going to ask you is, what more can the EU and international community do? But I feel you've spoken to that question. You are doing more. You're indicating through the additional investment, but also the pledge to invest, to increase the percentage of in the education in terms of your external partnerships. We're seeing more coming through. Maybe, Commissioner, in just 30 seconds, let's get a message from you. What is your wish for the outcome of this conference as we leave and are confronted by the fact that we are now staring 2025 in our faces? What is your wish as one of the key accomplishments we've got to get right in this conference?
I think Key said it very clearly. We have to put child labor back to the political agenda. So I think this conference is a very good example where we bring people to discuss on this urgent topic. But I think it's important that we raise this in many other international areas and forums as well. We know that United Nations is going to organize a big education summit in September. European Union is very strongly also contributing to that because, as I explained, education is my personal priority as a commissioner, but it's also a priority for the European Union. And I think, for instance, there we need to get commitments from political leaders to really provide access to education all children in the globe. And on the other hand, we need to end child labor. So we need political commitments and we need to put this topic back to the political agenda.
Commissioner, thank you very much. It's loud and clear, back to the top of the agenda. We thank you for your time, Commissioner, and for joining us at this point. Now, I want to come back into the room. We do know that we still have Mr. Quincy online, so we'll see him on our screens shortly. But let me come back to Mr. Satriati first before I go to Mr. Quincy. One of the things that we spoke about yesterday, of course, and we've been speaking about in the context of eliminating child labor, is social protection. I think it was Director General Ryder who said yesterday, we know what works, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Here's the question. Can we really achieve social protection for all children? And if we say we can, what needs to be done? The question is, what needs to be true for us to be able to do that? And how do we ensure that leaders are clear about the job to be done?
Thank you. I would also like to thank all those who spoke in favor of social protection, particularly giving a strong space, appropriate space for children's benefit, particularly Honorable President Ramaphosa. He has brought it very explicitly, and Director General and many more. So this is gaining momentum, this support. When we demanded it, it was not just me. 92 Nobel laureates and world leaders, out of them 42 Nobel laureates from all disciplines came together under this umbrella which me and my colleagues have created, Laureates and Leaders for Children, and wrote letters to every single president and prime minister, head of the state, that in this situation after pandemic, we need to act swiftly with an SOS mood. So we started getting good responses. And one of the strongest suggestions was, first, fair share for children. So fair share in budgetary allocations, fair share in ODA, fair share in policies. Unfortunately, in most countries where the population of young children is 30%, 40%, or even more, the spending or investment on children is less than 3%, less than 4%. For 40% children, less than 2%. And this is unacceptable. So fair share for children is one. And that links with social protection.
Yeah.
But social protection should also be demystified in a way. People should not get into this big phrase. Very simple. Education for children, health for children, malnutrition has to be addressed, so food for children. Things like that have to be simplified in this manner. And I tell you that this requires $53 billion. We have made a calculation on behalf of the Laureates Group that annually $53 billion can ensure social protection, all these elements which I referred, for every single child in all low-income countries, as well as this could help all pregnant women, $53 billion. And that is less than the 10 days of global military spending. This is not a big deal. Just imagine. But when someone like Commissioner of European Commission says that we have to show the political leadership and will invest more on it, globally, world leaders should commit this amount of money. And that perhaps it cannot be possible in one go. So why don't we identify a few countries, low-income countries, who have track record, who have political will to take it forward, and their children and their women must be supported immediately under the social protection programs. So that is very much possible. And I'm sure that there are many countries who are willing to do it. And there are many more donor countries who could be willing to do so, to support the marginalized children in developing countries or low-income countries. So this is very much possible. But let me also tell one thing, that political leadership in each country, but especially in rich countries, have to demonstrate compassion and sense of urgency for the marginalized children of the developing world, low-income countries. And one thing we have been working for, that so far this issue of child labor, child slavery, trafficking have never been addressed in G7 communiques.
Right.
Can you imagine that these people, the rich people, rich countries and leaders keep on talking about and preaching great things. But why can't they have a full discussion for 10 minutes, 15 minutes and come out with a clear mandate that we commit ourselves for the marginalized children of the world? This thing does not come in the communiques and outcome documents of G7. So is the G20 countries. But we are not going to leave them. I tell you that we as the Nobel laureates and other group, we will keep on working and hammering.
Thank you very much, Mr. Satriati. And again, some absolutely resounding comments here. But some of the things that you've said, you've given us a number. You've said $53 billion is what it would take to make sure that every child in low-income countries has, and I love the simplification of social protection, education, health, and food, as one of the ways of simplifying it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we know what the figure is. The question then becomes, what will it take? And one of those things you've said is political commitment, a sense of compassion and urgency for those who have, for those who don't have right now. So, Mr. Quincy, let me bring you into the conversation, because certainly the private sector is an important voice in this conversation in particular. And I'm really keen to hear from you, Mr. Quincy. One in your view, what is the role of the private sector in accelerated action? But also, one of the things we've been speaking about is really moving away and breaking away from business as usual. How has the private sector responded to this urgency in the last 5 to 10 years? How has the private sector's role evolved in the last 5 to 10 years, if you can, please, sir?
Sure. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Wish I was there in person, but great to be participating online. Look, three things I think. One is recognition of the problem of the endemic nature of child labour in supply chains. The second thing, and I'll unpack each idea, is the role of business and how it has an accelerated role in continuing to drive improvement across the global supply chains, and then how importantly. It's a continuous call, not just to ongoing prioritization, as other speakers have mentioned, but collaboration across private sector, across government, across civil society. So it is worth restating the point number one, which is recognition. I mean, child labour is endemic in the global supply chains. It's not just a problem that we face, but it's an important problem, and it's got, as we all know, deeply embedded aspects due to cultural and community practices. The Commissioner mentioned there are 160 million people in child labour, 1 in 10 of every children. That is an improvement on where we were 20 years ago. Roughly 250 million were then. So we've reduced it, but as everyone said, it's flatlining. And now, as we look at the numbers, I think the ILO had a great report out last year. The vast majority of that child labour is still in smallholder farms and micro enterprises. So as we business think about our role and how to bring acceleration to this important battle along with other stakeholders, we've got to, of course, respect human rights. That's the price of entry for all companies, respect the law, but really double down, get into the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights. And in our case, that forms the foundation of our own human rights policies and supply guiding principles. And we really use those to drive those down, especially also into the agricultural principles we set out. And we run a lot of audits. We run about 2,500 audits of suppliers annually. Actually, last year, I think it was 2,800 or so. But in the end, what's going to make a difference is the acceleration of collaboration. We found it ourselves, as big a company as we are, as big a business system as we are, we need to work with the government, civil society, and our peers, because ultimately our problem is not the suppliers we know, it's the suppliers of the suppliers of the suppliers, and it gets deep into the supply chain where child labour is most at risk of occurring. And so we use those audits, we use our actions, not just to drive compliance with our policies, but to drive systemic change. And let me throw out a couple of examples that I think is part of this acceleration. We're doing one in Turkey with the Fair Labour Association, really looking at harvesting, as I said, in the agricultural sector, and not just identifying where it is, but helping put in protection and remediation systems, helping referral, not just identifying the child labour, but referring to summer schools or childcare facilities, and driving the contracts down into the supplier of the supplier of the supplier with a no child labour clause. And that's really helping move from compliance to building local capacity to not just identify, but to address the child labour and human rights risks. And I think that's really what's going to help. And so, we've got to get deep down into the supply chains and drive those sorts of programs forward.
Mr. Quincy, thank you so much. I think so much power in what you've said. We've got to move from just making child labor elimination a compliance issue. You've spoken about ownership, you've spoken about accountability and audits in the same sentence, which is really encouraging. Of course, you've said accelerated collaboration and a clear acknowledgement of the challenge that sits within supply chains. And so you've said we've got to get to the suppliers of the suppliers of the suppliers of the suppliers in those supply chains. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Quincy Jones, Mr. James Quincy from Coca-Cola. I've got music on my mind clearly today. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that, sir. So before I come to Madame Anousheh Kavar, I just want to lift a comment that's come in, and there was an anonymous question saying, we need to know what's happening at an industry by industry level. And so as Mr. Quincy speaks about smallholder farms and small and micro enterprises, we need to understand which industries really need a push to make progress. Mr. Satriate, I'll come to you, but there's been a lot of questions about how do we incentivize low-income countries to really be a part of the victory of 2025. But before we go there, let's go to Madame Kavar. Now, Madame Kavar, lots of buzzwords that we've been hearing along in the years. Partnerships, collaboration, coordination. Some of those buzzwords are even making a show in the conversation here today. The question for me is, moving beyond the buzzwords, moving beyond the theory, what does it take in reality to really make partnerships, collaboration, and coordination work? And in your view, what is the role of the alliance in not only making them work, but in Mr. Quincy's words, accelerated collaboration and accelerated coordination? To you, Madame.
Merci beaucoup, cher Nosy. Je vais parler en français. Je vous laisse le temps de mettre vos casques. Merci beaucoup pour cette question. Et je saisis cette occasion aussi pour remercier le pays hôte de cette conférence, l'Afrique du Sud, le Bureau international du travail qui organise cette conférence conjointement avec l'Alliance 8.7 que j'ai l'honneur de présider. Permettez-moi aussi d'apporter le message de solidarité et de respect du gouvernement français, du peuple français, notamment à l'égard des victimes des inondations qui ont eu lieu dans cette belle province qui nous accueille aujourd'hui. Je me réjouis de participer à cet événement et voir le public sur place, en ligne, nombreux à ce rendez-vous, tant attendu par la communauté internationale, mais surtout par des millions de parents et d'enfants à travers le monde qui attendent de nous des réponses concrètes pour les protéger, garantir le respect de leurs droits à l'éducation et à la protection sociale. Vous avez un problème de traduction?
Please continue, Madame.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Et aussi pour les mettre en capacité de bâtir l'avenir qu'ils désirent. Cela a déjà été dit, la situation...
Madame, I apologize. It seems that I was not the only one struggling. Technical team, I think we have a challenge with the headsets. Madame Kavar, I do apologize. Might we while it's being sorted, might we request for you to maybe repeat your answer in English?
Yes,
Thank you.
I can. No problem with that. So I was very grateful, Nosy, for the question you asked, and I wanted to take the opportunity to thank our host country, South Africa, for the convening this very important conference that they co-organize with the ILO and also with the Alliance 8.7 that I have the honor to chair. I just wanted also to give the message of respect and solidarity of the French government and the French people for the victims of the flood in South Africa, in this very beautiful province that hosts us. I am very happy to be in this conference, not only because there is a large public in the room and also online, but also because hundreds of millions of people around the world, parents and children, are eager to know how we can overcome the question of child labor, so that how we can protect the rights, and very specifically the rights to education and social protection, and also how we can give them the ability to build their future, the one that they desire. as you said, there are these 3 C words that are so important: collaboration, co-construction, and coordination. They are very valuable to us because we know that governments by themselves cannot make it. We know right now we have the universal ratification of Convention 182, but nevertheless, child labor is here and it's worsening. We know that producer countries, those with a big prevalence of child labor, and cannot overcome this challenge by themselves. They need the solidarity with also buyer countries, developed countries, because it is a shared responsibility of all of them around, through the global supply chains. So this is a shared responsibility for northern countries also. And in the same country, we cannot make that become true through governments if all ministries, labor ministry, but all the others, industry, mining, social affairs, education, do not have a whole of government approach to this question. And also, we know that we cannot make it without social partners, without trade unions, without NGOs, and I will add to this, consumer movements, as the commissioner said about it. It is so important in such sectors as cocoa or coffee or mining industry or textile. This is what we are doing very exactly in the Alliance 8.7, which is a global multi-stakeholder partnership. Around the table, we have international organizations, we have donor countries, we have business networks, child labor platform, for example. We have social partners at the international and regional level, NGOs, and also survivors. So once we have all these persons around the table, we have to switch to 3A. And what are those? Those is how we can achieve access and universal access to education, how we can achieve access and universal access to social protection, and last but not least, access, women's access to valuable jobs and decent work, because this is one of the key issues if we want to put an end to child labor in all these countries where they are very prevalent. And from that, I will move to the 3D. What are they? Determination, political determination in order to identify child labor as top priority for governments. Second D, it is about declination in countries, sectors, local declination. It is so important that we have managed in the Alliance 8.7 to raise 26 Pathfinder countries in which the Alliance 8.7, with all its tools, instruments, ways of doing so, methodology, helps them to have national action plans, and these national action plans to build it with social partners, NGOs, and other stakeholders, but also have very robust indicators to show progress. And last 3, which is very important, Mr. Kailash Satyarthi talked about, is about development, economic and social development, and also solidarity for development. He said that we have worked a lot, and I can testify about that, at the G7 level, at the G20 level, to make it happen that we assess the need for financement for social protection, for social protection for all, social protection floors, specifically for children and parents and mothers, But also, if we raise all of us, we raise our hands for social protection in order to put an end to child labor, we need that those low-income countries who volunteer to go further, to take a step towards social protection, raise their hand and take a step. So this is a call also to those countries who are at need of solidarity and international assistance to make a move. Thank you.
To make a move, I love the language at the end because it is about movement and it is about progression. But what sits with me is one of the things you said right at the beginning. What makes collaboration and partnerships and coordination works is an acceptance of shared responsibility, that this is a shared responsibility, and you bring it through as an example of the global supply chains. But you've taken us from the buzzwords, you've taken us to the 3 A's, and from there, and you've simplified it for us. You've said it's access to its education, its social protection, as well as women getting access to valuable jobs. And in addition to the 3 A's, you said, let's not forget the 3 D's. And we're not, because these are all about, this is how we go about harvesting and leveraging the different strengths of the different partners around the table. Madam Kavar, thank you very much for that. Madam Losi, let's bring you into the conversation. We've heard a lot about social partners being a critical and important voice around the table. And we know that if there's any change that's going to take place, they need to be there and we need to hear those voices. The question to you is, what role can we see social partners playing, especially not in only the commitment to the elimination of child labor, because I think we all acknowledge the commitment in the action. What can we expect from social partners in really moving us towards the elimination of child labor?
Thank you, Nozipho. Firstly, I must say that elimination of child labor is not just a labor market-related issue.
Yes.
It is a human development issue, and it talks to the right to decent work, to education, and also to gender equality and gender equity. So hence for us, it is very, very necessary that social partners to be committed to the elimination of child labor at the national and the global level agenda. And I think, as the previous speakers have also alluded to, that the key players in the labor market is your government, your workers, and your employers. And of course, we can't leave away civil society organizations because they are also consumers. So for us, it is very, very imperative that we ensure that there is full and efficient and effective participation of the 3 social partners that are more driving the labor market agenda. And also importantly for us is that, and I think previous speakers have also alluded to this, that it is not going to be a government agenda alone to drive the elimination of child labor at the level of policy. And it has to be an inclusive process from the beginning. That is why as workers we always say that nothing for us without us. Because we are saying if you want us to participate fully into the development of such progressive policies in dealing with these issues, part of that we're here today of elimination of child labor, it is to ensure that workers are involved from the onset so that we're able to conclude the process and you find us at the end. And therefore, it is important for us that, and I think yesterday also in one of the panelists also spoke about a political commitment in ensuring that what we agreed to gets to be finally implemented. There's importance of monitoring, Nozipho. If we want to see what we spoke about, finding expression where it matters most, it's going to take business. And I'm happy that Mr. Quincy also alluded to the importance of themselves as big players in this, because they are the employers of children in the labor market. So the importance of the role that they need to play in ensuring that this elimination does not end in us saying it, but ensuring that businesses, including in the value chain, they are the ones that are going to ensure that we have compliance. Importantly, at the level of government is to ensure that Minister Nxesi, labor inspectors are playing their role to ensure that we don't just hear about it, but we go and see and ensure that there are also penalties against those that continue to take us on a different path other than that which we have all agreed to in ensuring. Workers are committed. And when workers are committed, our responsibility is also to ensure that we monitor our employers, because we want to be workers that are employed by businesses of high ethics,
Yes.
businesses that are going to ensure that they are not only to be driving profit and profit margins in their own employment, but it is to ensure that they are part of a global family that wants to see what we commit to being realized. So we in the past, South Africa, we have always been at the forefront as labor of ensuring that we drive a South Africa that we have today, a democratic state that we have today. Would continue to be the drivers of such in terms of ensuring that there's elimination of child labor, and also human rights and dignity is an agenda of the day. So ours is to ensure that we support also businesses that and drive a program where consumers are going to also be monitors
Yes.
of such compliance when it comes to businesses. And the products that we must consume must not be from the labor of innocent children that are supposed to be at school for a proper development.
So there's some beautiful alignment between some of the earlier contributions, what I'm hearing you saying. So this idea that empowered consumers can also be one of the accountability measures. But you've also built on the idea, I think it was Madame Kavao speaking about a whole of government approach, saying we have to look at the Ministry of Trade and Industry, we have to look at the mines, we have to look at, and so what I'm hearing you saying is that the process has to be inclusive, even beyond that sectoral and ministerial approach, but by ensuring that at a business level, you have workers around the table. I think a very novel idea that you've also put on the table is sometimes overlooked as a soft issue, but the pride that workers have in associating with a business and a corporate that allows them to show up as part of a family that they're proud to be a part of, a family that's doing the right thing in terms of what's happening in its global supply chains. Now, I've got a final round of a few questions that I want to run through. I'm going to put my panelists under a little bit of pressure, and the way that I do it, and I rely on all of you to help me, is that when they're in the second round, because we've got limited time, when I put my pen on my chin, it's usually assigned to my panelists to say, I need you to stop wrapping up. But they usually ignore me when they can. But because I'm telling you today, I know that the peer pressure will relay itself onto the stage as well. So when I start doing this, it is a sign that I do need you to start wrapping up. But before we get to that second round of questions, I want to just lift some of the audience comments. There's a lot of comments around how we can prioritize rural development to that last D you spoke about, Madame Kava, because a lot of children work in agricultural spaces in the rural areas. So that's coming through from our audience. Mr. Satriati, there's lots of engagement with the $53 billion. Some of the questions here are saying, how long will it last? And is this number really reflective of what we need? So what I'm encouraged by is that we're engaging with the figure, and people are beginning to say, is it sufficient, or need we look at a little bit more? I do also want to just pick up another comment, and that is comments around, we've spoken about the industry comments that have come through, but comments maybe, DG, to come to you with the next question around how do we now reimagine the action that we need to take forward from here on. And I'm particularly interested in hearing from you, DG, about the role of the ILO and how it's going to support and assist governments, workers, employers, civil society, the private sector and other partners in this very accelerated period that we're now faced with.
Yeah, it's an absolutely fair question. I think we're all trying to work out here together what our respective roles now are in doing what we all want to do, which is to accelerate progress. Now, there are things which are already happening at the ILO. As you know, we're We're helping lead the Alliance 8.7 at the global level. We're operative in more than 60 countries providing direct support. But what I think, and this is a commitment I can't make, it's for the next Director General to make it, but it seems to me that we just have to do what we've all been talking about, take child labour, which has never departed the ILO's priorities, and put it straight and centre.
Right.
And then we have also to make sure that everybody owns their responsibilities. This is something which seems to me to be very important. You know, we've said, I was one of the first to say it, and now thinking about it, it sounds rather presumptuous. We know what works. We know what works, and we do, in a big sense.
Yeah.
We know social protection, we know education. But the people who know the specifics of circumstances are the people at the national level. There has to be national community ownership of this. So it's not somebody who's going to fly in from Geneva and tell colleagues from other countries the specifics of their own country. We have to combine that global leadership from the ILO with the national ownership of these processes. And I can see your pen's going near your chin,
Very
so I'm going
close.
to pack up now.
Did you, I think because you picked up on the signal, I want to maybe squeeze in a follow-up. There have been a couple of questions coming through about, but what about the swathes of informality? Because, and one of the questions here is to say, what is global best practice that we can lift in terms of transitioning towards formalization? Because it appears that large informal sectors are characterized, according to this question, by large instances of child labor. A quick comment from you, DG.
Firstly, that's absolutely correct. And I have to say, looking to the future, you know, a world of work where there is 61% informality. In Africa, it's mid-80, 85%. In the least developed countries, it's nearly 90%. If those numbers don't come down, we will not get rid of child labour. I mean, these are things which exist in a negative synergy, if you like. We are working at the same time on reducing informality, and we were making progress again. I'm afraid COVID has set us back again, like many other things. But again, this is how our objectives are not in contradiction to each other.
Yeah.
They are aligned to each other. So when we fight against informality, when we promote social protection, we are also promoting the eradication of child labour. But child labour needs to figure specifically and explicitly as a goal in those broader strategies.
Sure. I love the phraseology of being mindful of negative synergy, but you're saying that the goals and the objectives are aligned. When we solve for one, we must make sure that it unlocks and enables the solving for the next. Minister, we are all working here towards the Durban call to action on child labor, which will be adopted by this conference. And the view is that it allows us to also achieve target 8.7 of the Sustainable Development Goals. How do we make sure that this is not just another declaration, and that this declaration has teeth, and that it really becomes an instrument of action and execution?
I think this is a big challenge to the continent, because research has shown that other continents, the numbers are decreasing, but in our continent, the numbers are increasing. And it's a challenge to say first, all of us, we're not hosting this because we're South Africa. We're hosting this because we're the continent. All of us must own up. That's the first thing. And all of us, once we have owned up to this, I said yesterday we need to make sure that we have our own implementation plans and then transform that into clear programs. And it starts at the basic level by putting these tripartite structures which have to interact with these issues. And inclusive structures where you have government, business, you have labor, and even the civil society. That conversation is very, very important. I mean, it starts at that particular level. But also put monitoring mechanisms.
Yeah.
We have to monitor ourselves. And we must be able to, at certain intervals, we must be able to assess and say how far have we gone, even if it's after a period of a year and so on. And be honest, frank and honest to ourselves when we are not moving. And I'm also saying, look at the strategies which other countries are implementing and say, what do we learn from those strategies?
Right.
But at the end of it, it is about owning up and being accountable.
Beautiful language, building on some of the comments from Mr. Quincy. You spoke about accountability and ownership, accountability and audits. And I just want to read this comment from Aliyah, Minister, because I think it lays beautifully to what you're saying. Aliyah is saying, are we missing the mark by looking at one-time solutions? What about yearly efforts where we can really look at assessment and monitoring, which is the contribution that you're giving? And we're throwing this out, I'm throwing this comment out because Aliyah is saying maybe there's another way of making progress. Maybe it is about smaller chunk-size efforts at an annual level that together come up and allow us to meet the big targets. And it's beautiful to see some of those strategies coming through to the fore. So let me then maybe go to another difficult question, Mr. Satriati, that I want to bring to you. We've been speaking about education. The Commissioner Urpilainen spoke about education. We heard Madame Kovar speaking about education. But we also know that education hasn't always been enough to save children from child labor, and that the complexity is that children could be in school and still be child laborers. My question to you is, what do we need to do differently? If we're really going to make access to education, access to quality education, part of the answer, what do we need to do differently in that regard?
Well, I beg to differ with that. Education is the key for elimination of child labor. For the last 40, 50 years, I have been saying, and I gave a kind of slogan almost 50 years ago, liberation for education and education for liberation. Education does not mean only to desire jobs or to work only for jobs. Education is empowerment. Education is key to liberation. Physical, mental, sexual, all kind of liberation. Education is the key in that sense. So education cannot be compromised. But partly, you are right that education alone cannot work. And that's why we are demanding fair share for children. And that includes healthcare, that includes protection, that includes implementation, enforcement of laws, that includes empowering families and societies, that includes social awareness about this issue and changing perception and narrative in the countries and local level. That includes many things. But education is the key, because if children attend the school for 6 hours, 7 hours, whatever hours, and especially the young children between the age of 5 and 11, who are the worst victims of child labor, and if they are in education, then there are less chances that they could be pulled into child labor.
Yeah.
But education has to be definitely free. We have seen in a number of countries in Africa, the poor countries, low-income countries have shown leadership in waiving off school fees. And we have seen the results not only in enrollment rate and retention rate, but also in reduction of child labor. I can give you several examples. We don't have time now.
Yeah.
In Africa, I'm talking about. But on the other hand, let me also tell you that there is a commitment by the international community in Dakar, considering that most of the African countries and other low-income countries cannot ensure education and quality education for all children. So it would be a collective responsibility, and that's why this global partnership for education has been created, and I was the part of it right from the beginning. But we failed, particularly Sub-Saharan Africa. by hand-holding, giving them enough support. We means the entire global community. And therefore, in 2007, I can give you just one data. 2007, the number of primary age school-going children was 31 million. And that has gradually grown, and now it is 36 million. So what did we do with our children? We made this commitment. And that time, we required only $12 billion additional money. Now we require $22 billion additional money for ensuring education for all children. That is not a big deal.
Yeah.
That is not a big deal. These $22 billion are nothing but 6 days of what Americans spend on tobacco.
Sure.
And our African children are suffering, they cannot go to school.
Mr. Satriathi, thank you very much. And again, these data points that you give us, these comparative data points really paint the picture for the nature of the challenge and the size of the challenge. And I just want to thank our audience for their engagement, because there's some really good comments coming through. One of those comments coming from Benjamin saying, let's also now consider how do we support children who have withdrawn from child labor, who are used to having money and some sort of income to sustain themselves, but now find that they're unable to access that money for themselves or their families. So these are some of the complexities that we need to engage with. And I think it's a beautiful clarification from you, Mr. Satriathi, saying education alone is not going to solve the problem. It has to be a multi-pronged response. Now, I've got 10 minutes left, so I'm going to try and make sure in the 10 minutes that I squeeze in some of our remaining voices, the 3 voices that I'd like to get into. Mr. Quincy, let's come back to you. Thank you for your patience, and I'm sure that you've been listening in intensely, listening into a lot of the reinforcement of some of your messages around ownership, around accountability, around monitoring. A quick question to you, which is one thing that the private sector could do more to make sure that we meet target 8.7 of the SDGs. And there were some beautiful examples around, are we having the courageous conversations about what has not worked thus far? And I'd love to hear some of your comments on that. Mr. Quincy.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps let me pick up on the point I think Guy made about, you know, we know what works at a global level and an international level, but it is about bringing it down to the national and the local level and having programs that work on the ground. I think what you find, and it's true in other issues beyond child labor, you know, you get the good engagement, particularly the large multinationals, they're the biggest consumer brands often. And I think where we can have an intersection that both accelerates and drives things forward is working with the governments and bringing to the table and maximizing participation with the national and the local companies too around the world, and not just bringing the best practices, but making the schemes bigger so that they can be larger, they can go faster. I mean, when we've worked around the world, whether it's, you know, it's like Mexico in waste collection sector, which is, as one of the other speakers was saying, very informal, lots of risk of child labor. So helping improve those practices there, or in the sugarcane in Honduras or sugarcane in Colombia, really getting together with the local companies and at the national level is when the rubber will hit the road. And that's where we can really actually help to push things forward and help to make a difference.
Mr. Quincy, thank you very much. So maximizing the relationship between the global and the local companies, and that's a message that we need to bring to the surface that we haven't heard. And I think it also speaks to some of the comments around how will that accountability really take place. And that's really part of the solution and part of the answer. So thank you very much for that, Mr. Quincy. Madam Kava, we spoke about how do we make sure that partnerships actually work, that collaboration works, that coordination works. But let's also have an honest conversation about the type of challenges that one encounters when trying to move collaborations and coordinations at a global level. What I'm interested in particular is how do we ensure that we are conscious of those challenges, but they're overcome, because we can't still be hindered by the same challenges today if we're wanting to move at greater speed.
Thank you very much, Nosy. Yes, it is a very important issue because right now, the Alliance 8.7 gathers more than 300 partners. And this is a huge challenge to know how get concrete actions to get out of the Alliance 8.7. And I want to illustrate that with some examples. With our global coordination group, of course, one of our first issues is about pledging in all international forums, but also with businesses at the global and local level about not making to know the Alliance 8.7, which is a very good thing, but making to know the target 8.7 and its deadlines, 2025 for child labor elimination and 2030 for forced labor, human trafficking, and modern slavery. So this is the first one. But then, practically, we are co-producing global estimates about child labor and forced labor. And this is a very important issue for each of the governments and countries that take a step into what Minister said about implementation, because you must know where you start the work and where you end it and how much progress you have done since you have these implementation plans. We have also research, because within the framework of the Alliance 8.7, we elaborated a very informative report about child labor and forced labor in supply chains with the ILO, the OECD, UN Migration, and UNICEF. We also have 3 networks that we try, to make work. One of these networks is about journalists in countries, especially in countries where there is a high prevalence of forced labor and child labor. These journalists, we train them to investigate and help labor inspectorates to unveil child labor and forced labor, which is hidden. We have also mapping with the other international organizations about their development programs, along with, decent work country programs of the ILO in each of our Pathfinder countries. And we are also doing a mapping with donor countries to make sure that there are no overlaps or insufficiencies about financing, programs in order to eliminate child labor and forced labor. But last but not least, we have our Pathfinder countries, and the Alliance 8.7 and its secretariat, the ILO, brings methodology and indicators for those countries that we want to become Pathfinder and want to have strategic action plans. And this is what tomorrow, when we will have a Durban call to action, we can give, to all the other countries who really are willing to have implementation programs and also monitoring system. Because what we have done with our PFCs, with our Pathfinder countries, is, okay, we are not naming and shaming those who are, difficult in their, encounter difficulties in their progress. But we are not doing blue washing and just giving a label, to these countries. Okay, you have a national plan, you're done. All is about implementation and results. So these are the challenges we are facing right now with our 26 Pathfinder countries, and hopefully tomorrow after the call to action of Durban, with all willing countries who want to take a step forward and have their national plans. Thank you.
Madam, thank you very much. So a clear call to action to join the Pathfinder countries, to join the Alliance. And as I was listening, I was like, how do I build on the 3 A's and the 3 D's So I landed on the 4 Ps, having listened to you now. You spoke about pledging, you spoke about practical data, so that for me is about painting pictures. You spoke about the press, which of course is the journalists, and you spoke about the Pathfinder country. So we're completing the picture with the 4 Ps. Thank you very much for that. Madam Losi, let me close it off with you. In the second round of question, it's really been about locating the problem within each partner and saying, what more can you still do? Because we need to do more, and what we've done till this point has not proven to be sufficient. From a social partner's perspective, knowing that commitment has been demonstrated, what more can be done? What more can be expected to meet the promise, not only at 2025, but certainly for target 8.7 by 2030?
Thank you very much, Nosipo. What needs to be done, or what we see as a way forward as workers, is to pull these initiatives by different social partners into one, so that there's no duplication, because the tendency of us not seeing anything happening, it is because we all think we're working towards a particular point, but we don't speak to one another. So we end up wasting resources, but not moving forward in realizing what we have agreed to. So what we think is that the better implementation strategy towards the elimination of child labor is for social partners to work together in understanding where we want to be, what we want to achieve, and the how part becomes important, so that resources are not duplicated. And I want to say, lastly from me, is that application of these principles of elimination of child labor in an abstract environment is a problem. And you know, Karl Marx says that people are not fighting for ideas in anyone's head, but they are fighting to change the material conditions that they are finding themselves under. So when we all understand why we went to the ILO and we said this is part of the things that we need to deal with, when we have the 2025 target, we must understand that it is not for the ideas that in our heads that people will celebrate. It is because we want to change the material conditions that people are finding themselves at. And until we understand that, and we say these are the principles, but what is the environment that we're operating under, and implement that, not just a cut and paste, because the problem that Africans have in the African continent is that we tend to use instruments that may not necessarily work when we want to implement them, as for an example in Europe will be implemented, then conditions and the environment are not the same. So we must understand that these tools, how best are we going to use them and utilize in an African situation to change the African people's agenda and the way, and take Africa to where it should be. Part of it is eliminating the child labor.
Thank you very much, Madam Losi. So we need to separate ourselves from easy duplication. We need to do the work of moving from abstract concepts to contextualized and local solutions, and ownership becomes a key part in that. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, on reflection on the back of this conversation, I think it's been an excellent conversation that's focused on global priorities. It's built on not only what we heard yesterday in the opening ceremony, but certainly on all the work that's been going on in since the last global conference. It's gone to some of the difficult areas and acknowledged the failures that we've seen. But what I'm hearing is a reinvigorated commitment and a reinvigorated call to action to really make progress. I want to thank Commissioner Utpalainen in her absence, to thank Mr. Quincy, to thank, of course, Honorable Mlesi, Director General Ryder, Nobel Laureate Satriati, Madam Anusha Kavar, and of course to Madam Zingiswa Losi. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you very much. As they make their way and descend off of stage, allow me just to bring to your attention that we have another high-level panel which takes place just after this. So we've got 30 minutes to take a bio break, to grab a cup of coffee, to also, if you would like, enjoy the hospitality. I do understand that lunch is being served anytime between 12 and 3, and I will see you ready to kick off at 2:30 for our next high-level panel conversations this afternoon. Thank you so much for your attention. I'll see you later. Ladies and gentlemen, we are wanting to resume the program in the next minute. So if I may kindly ask for those walking in through the door to resume their seats. And if you can hear my voice, if you are on the outside, kindly please make your way into the main plenary so that we are able to start our next high-level panel, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting in the next few minutes. Thank you so much for your patience. Ladies and gentlemen, we are looking to start in the next minute. If I can kindly ask for you to please take your seats so that we might get ready. We have our speakers ready, and so we are ready for you to please take your seats so that we can get into our second high-level panel. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going to get the show on the road, understanding, of course, that we are losing a bit of time, but it is important for us to get started, and those others will join us midstream once we've started. I hope you had an opportunity to take a meaningful break, an opportunity to have a bio break, grab a cup of coffee and a quick lunch. We're going to proceed with our program now. Now, before I call on the panelists for the next session, allow me to remind you that the hashtag for today and certainly for the rest of the conference is hashtag End Child labor. That is the one collective voice that we want to bring to the world. And so as you hear insights and you yourself reflect on some of the things that you're hearing, you are encouraged to please use that hashtag end child labor. Now, I also just want to commend everyone for the really robust engagement on Slido, and that is the means and the platform by which we were getting your comments and your questions. And of course, they are coming in not only from the participants in the room, but certainly from those who are joining us from around the world. And I want to say thank you for those, and let's make sure that in this next panel discussion, this high-level panel discussion, that we keep up the momentum and the energy. So what's the focus of this conversation? So in the last panel discussion, the focus was really about global priorities and really beginning to say, how do we reprioritize the elimination of child labor on the policy agenda, on the business agenda, on the social partners agenda, on the civil society agenda, and we've got some really robust and strong insights. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this panel is all about the how. How exactly are we going to accelerate progress, and how are we going to achieve impact at scale? It's going to be a conversation that looks to lift good practice, looks to lift successful strategies, what works in terms of collaborations and partnerships, where have we seen evidence-based innovative solutions coming to the fore, and of course, how can we better share knowledge and South-South collaboration. And one of the key points that came out from the earlier panel, which we'll build on here, how can we do a better job of localizing some of those global priorities? I do want to reintroduce the Director General of the International Labour Organization in a special capacity in this panel. He is going to be joining us as the co-host of this panel. So DG, as you make your way onto stage, let's give him a round of applause to encourage him. DG, as you make your way onto stage, ladies and gentlemen, as the co-host of this high-level panel, the Director General is going to assume a listening posture. We're going to have a panel, and at the end of that panel, I'm going to invite him to reflect on some of the key messages he's heard. So DG, if you might take, maybe right at the end would be a optically suited seat for us to have you in this afternoon. Now, joining the Director General, it's my great pleasure to welcome the Honorable Vera Kamtukule, the Minister of Labour from Malawi. Madam, thank you very much. Let's give her a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have, of course, in this hybrid environment, some of our speakers, our high-level speakers online, starting off with Madam Tanzila Nabeva, who is the Senate Chair from Uzbekistan. A big welcome to you, Madam Nabeva, and we'll be seeing her on the screen shortly, but let's give her a welcome with a round of applause so she knows that we're pleased to have her here with us. Thank you very much, Madam. In addition, we are also joined by His Excellency Angel Cabrera, the Minister of Labor from Colombia, who, of course, in this capacity is also representing the regional initiative in Latin America and the Caribbean. Can we give Minister Cabrera a round of applause, please? In the room with us, we are pleased to have Madame Minata Sesuma Samate, the Commissioner of the African Union, joining us in this conversation. Madame, thank you for being here. Let's give her a round of applause. And joining us online, ladies and gentlemen, is the General Secretary of the International Trade Union Confederation, Madame Sharon Barrow. Madame Barrow, if you can give us a wave, thank you very much. Welcome to you. Also joining us online, completing our online participation, is the Secretary General of the International Organization of Employers, Mr. Roberto Suarez Santos. A big hello to you, Mr. Santos. Ladies and gentlemen, it's our pleasure to once more have a Nobel laureate on this panel. It's my pleasure to welcome Madame Leima Gogbi back onto the stage. Madame, thank you for being here. And you can see the chairs keep growing on the stage. It is a big panel. And then, of course, we're joined by a child rights advocate and child labor survivor, Madam Tara Banjari. If we can give Tara a big round of applause as she makes her way up. And Tara will be speaking in Hindi, and this is why, ladies and gentlemen, we've welcomed and invited translation for her, and they'll be joining us on stage. Now, again, as I make my way to take a seat, please, the invitation is extended to you to participate fully through questions and comments on Slido. Remember, interpretation, English, Spanish, and French on your headsets. Honorable Kamtukule, I'm going to kick off the conversation with you. And we've said we want to lift best practice. We want to learn from what's working, and we want to accelerate, and we want to make sure that we are scaling up the impact that's already been realized. Perhaps you could start us off by talking to us about the initiative that SADC has adopted to eliminate child labor through the SADC Child Labor Code, and just give us some of a high level of what the labor code is all about and how is it successful in bringing down and hopefully eliminating child labor.
Well, thank you so much for that question. I think for us as SADC member states, one of the key issues that we are following is the issue of cooperation. What we are saying is that all our efforts will amount to nothing if all of us are not being coordinated. So 5 member states can be doing the right thing, but if all of us are not doing the right thing, then those 5 member states their efforts will amount to nothing. So we have identified cooperation as a key platform under which we are operating. And so we have a code of conduct on child labor that is not legally binding, but that it provides a guidance in terms of how we are supposed to approach issues of child labor eradication in the region. And so one of the things that we are following is the ratification and domestication of international conventions, but also other conventions. So we have universally ratified the convention number 182, but also other member states have also ratified other related conventions, notably would be Madagascar and Namibia that have ratified the Domestic Workers Convention number 189, but also South Africa here and Mauritius have ratified the Harassment Convention number 190. The second thing that we are doing, or that is stipulated in the Code of Conduct, is the issue of the promotion of establishment, as well as the dedicated national strategies on elimination of child labor. And if I was in the audience, I was going to underline those 2 words, establishment, but also dedicated national strategies, because establishment is another thing, and then execution would be another thing altogether, and then dedicated, I think that's what gives it prominence, to say this is a dedicated strategy that is aimed at eradicating issues of child labor. The third thing in a nutshell would be the issue of data. And I think I want to mention that apart from Eswatini, whose data is from 2021, all of us are really not doing well in the region. I think our data is dating back from between 2014 to 2019. So Eswatini is really doing very well, and I think we could learn one or 2 things from them. But also I think Botswana, they use labor inspections to collect data on a regular. So they have dedicated to labor inspections, to collecting data. We have heard, I think, in the course of the past 2 days about the 160 million figure, with over 50% of that being in Africa alone. So the issue of data is for us very important, because then it gives us a perspective in terms of the depth of the problem as far as the region is concerned. And also we need to find means and ways of ensuring that we are promoting strategies that are working, but we cannot do that if we don't have a clear identification of how the problem is. So we need to find means and ways of ensuring that we are collecting data. The nature of child labor and how it goes within the region is that it coincides, or it's in sync with issues of culture and norms of how we do things. And so that makes it a little bit difficult for us to collect data regarding child labor. So the code of conduct is propagating collection of data on the regular. The last thing would be issues of child labor are multi-sectoral, and therefore you cannot have a bulletproof or a bullet tablet or capsule regarding how you can eradicate child labor. It needs also a multi-sectoral approach in managing it, and that's what the code of conduct, the fourth thing that we are doing is to ensure that we are promoting a multi-sectoral approach in approaching or interventions to do with child labor eradication. So in a nutshell, that's what the code of conduct is saying as far as the SADC region is concerned.
Honorable Kamtukule, thank you very much. So you've highlighted some very, very important ways to help us get off the blocks in this conversation. The domestication of global instruments is one of the things that you've spoken about. And you're saying beyond ratification, let's have an honest conversation about execution and accountability. You've spoken about the challenge of data, but you've said, let's look at Eswatini and what they're doing and how they're getting it right and how we can replicate some of that. And of course, you've also said if we look at if we understand the data, it allows us to understand the size and the nature and the depth of the problem a whole lot better. You've also brought to the table the nuance of the cultural complexity and how the instrument allows us to really get a sense of what the lay of the land really looks like. And the multi-sectoral approach, which is, of course, reinforcing some of the earlier comments that we heard from the speakers in the first panel. So I want to thank you for that, and I don't doubt that online there's going to be a lot of engagement and reaction to that. So allow me maybe to go online, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me go to the Senate Chair from Uzbekistan, Madame Tanzila, and Uzbekistan becoming a very interesting case study for us as a country that has taken significant steps to reduce forced labor and child labor. Madam, the question to you is, what were the most important factors that have really enabled Uzbekistan to make such progress in the reduction and elimination of child labor?
Госпожа Нарбаева, пожалуйста, расскажите о тех наиболее важных и действенных мерах, которые Узбекистану удалось реализовать для искоренения детского и принудительного труда. Пожалуйста.
Спасибо большое, уважаемая госпожа председатель.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chairperson.
Райдер, уважаемые участники конференции, дамы и господа.
Distinguished conference participants, ladies and gentlemen.
Прежде всего, позвольте поблагодарить всех организаторов за возможность выступить на сегодняшнем мероприятии, которое проводится на таком высоком уровне.
First of all, let me thank the organizers for the opportunity to address today's conference conducted at such a high level.
Стратегия развития Узбекистана, вопрос обеспечения прав человека, уважения его чести, достоинства занимает центральное место.
The issues of ensuring human rights, respect for human honor and dignity are central to Uzbekistan's development strategy.
Благодаря решительной политической воле президента Узбекистана Шавката Мирзиёева нам удалось достичь конкретных результатов во всех сферах жизнедеятельности страны, в том числе по искоренению детского и принудительного труда.
Thanks to a strong political will of Uzbekistan's president, Mr. Mirziyoyev, we have achieved concrete results in all spheres of life of the country, including elimination of child and forced labor.
В данной сфере проведена системная работа, которая направлена на следующее.
Systemic work in this regard has been focused on the following areas.
За последние годы было принято 32 нормативно-правовых акта, ратифицировано ряд конвенций и протоколов Международной организации труда и Международной организации по миграции.
32 legal and regulatory instruments were adopted, a number of the International Labour Organization, International Organization for Migration conventions and protocols were adopted in recent years to implement these measures.
Одной из наиболее эффективных мер стало усиление уголовной ответственности за использование детского и принудительного труда.
Tightening criminal liability for the employment of child and forced labor has become one of the most effective measures.
Нам следует отметить активное участие Узбекистана в посвященной столетию МОД кампании за ратификацию международных трудовых норм, ежегодно ратифицируя в среднем по 2 конвенции МОД.
It should be noted that Uzbekistan has been actively involved in the ILO centenary campaign for ratification of the international labor standards and ratifies on average 2 ILO conventions annually.
В стране успешно действует Национальная комиссия по противодействию торговле людьми и принудительному труду, в которой активно участвуют представители гражданского общества. Такие комиссии созданы и в регионах страны во главе с руководителями местных администраций.
The National Commission Against Human Trafficking and Forced Labor successfully operates in the country with active engagement of civil society. The commissions are established in the regions and headed by local administration.
Также учрежден соответствующий институт национального докладчика, и это позволяет нам вести комплексную, скоординированную, действенную работу на национальном и местном уровнях.
The Institute of the National Rapporteur has also been established. It enables to work in a comprehensive, coordinated and efficient manner on the national and local levels.
Системная реформа осуществляется также в сельскохозяйственном секторе. Принята и успешно реализуется стратегия развития сельского хозяйства Узбекистана на 2020-2030 годы.
Systemic reforms are also being conducted in the agricultural sector. The agricultural development strategy of Uzbekistan for 2020 to 2030 has been adopted and successfully implemented.
В ее рамках особенно действенными оказались меры по отмене установления государством плана производства обязательной продажи хлопка, полному переходу на кластерный метод, механизацию труда, созданию достойных условий труда.
It includes such particularly effective measures as cancellation of the state plan for production and mandatory sale of cotton, complete transition to the cluster method, mechanization of labor, creation of decent conditions for work.
Сегодня на долю хлопкотекстильных кластеров приходится 100% собираемого хлопка.
Today, cotton and textile clusters take 100% of harvested cotton.
Такие меры, как мониторинг, повышение заработной платы, они оказали значительное влияние на сокращение использования принудительного труда. На сегодняшний день оплата за 1 килограмм собранного вручную хлопка-сырца в 2021 году повышена почти на 10 раз по сравнению с 2015 годом.
Such measures as monitoring and pay rise made a positive impact, and particularly on reduction and elimination of the forced labor. So the pay for 1 kilo of manually harvested raw cotton in 2021 has been increased tenfold compared to 2015.
С 2013 года Международной организацией труда проводится мониторинг третьей стороны по недопущению детского и принудительного труда в хлопковом секторе.
Since 2013, the International Labour Organization has been conducting third-party monitoring to prevent child and forced labor in the cotton sector.
Кроме того, ежегодно осуществляется национальный мониторинг со стороны профсоюзов Узбекистана, мониторинг инспекции труда, а также моим решением, как председателя Сената, установлен парламентский контроль.
Besides that, there are annually conducted monitoring exercises carried out by the trade unions of Uzbekistan and Labor Inspectorate. And on top of everything else, I, as the chair of the Senate of the Parliament of the Republic, have established the parliamentarian control as well.
Результаты мониторингов показали снижение с 2013 года систематического детского принудительного труда в сборе хлопка. И уже в 2020 году Узбекистан добился полного прекращения детского и принудительного труда.
Monitoring has demonstrated continuous reduction in application of child and forced labor since 2013. And by 2020, Uzbekistan achieved complete termination and elimination of child and forced labor.
В связи с этим с 2022 года МОД передала основную функцию мониторинговых работ узбекской стороне.
Given the aforesaid, in 2022, the ILO handed over the main function of monitoring work to the Uzbekistan's counterparty.
Уважаемые коллеги, в достижении этих положительных результатов особое место занимает международное сотрудничество. И в этом направлении ключевую роль играет Международная организация труда, которая на протяжении более 10 лет всемерно поддерживает демократические реформы в Узбекистане и реализует совместные комплексные меры по развитию социально-трудовых отношений.
Dear colleagues, international cooperation plays a central role in making these achievements true. So, and the International Labour Organization is particularly important in this regard. The ILO has been supporting Uzbekistan for more than 10 years, and in its efforts to implement the comprehensive measures focused on developing social and labor relations in the country.
Совместно с МОД в полном объеме реализована страновая программа по достойному труду до 2020 года.
Together with the ILO, we successfully implemented entirely the 2022 Country Decent Work Program.
В 2021 году мы подписали новую страновую программу на 2021-2025 годы, и в ней особое внимание уделено решению таких вопросов, как продвижение достойного труда, охрана труда, расширение социальной защиты, укрепление социального диалога.
In 2021, we have signed a new country program for the years 2021 to 2025. And this program is particularly focused on such issues as promotion of decent work, labor protection, enhancing of social protection, and maintaining and strengthening social dialogue.
Я хочу отметить, что Узбекистан является одной из первых стран, которая разработала страновую программу с учетом новых требований, которые предъявляются реформой системы ООН.
I would like to emphasize that Uzbekistan is one of the first countries which have developed the country program, taking into account the new criteria and requirements presented by and resulting from the UN reform system.
Madam,
Кроме
if I
того,
can just...
Узбекистан также активно работает с международными партнерами над внедрением международных стандартов Better Work и BCI в сфере трудовых отношений.
My good sir, I'm going to allow the translation in a second. If I can just quite kindly ask Madam if we can come back with some follow-up questions because we have quite a number of inputs. So if we can please get that translation from Madam around the country program.
Тут председатель говорит о том, что вполне возможно к вам последуют вопросы по результатам вашего выступления, поэтому обращается в том числе и к переводчику, чтобы перевод был обеспечен. Поэтому будьте, пожалуйста, готовы, господин Нарбаев, что могут последовать вопросы по завершению вашего выступления. Спасибо.
Хорошо, я согласна.
Okay, look forward to it.
Madam, go ahead, Madam. Finish your thoughts.
Продолжать нам?
Should I continue, Madam Azovsky?
Thank you very much. We'll come back to Madam. Thank you, Madam, for that contribution, and thank you, sir, for the translation. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, Madam Nabaeva is speaking in Russian, and so hence the translation. So we look forward to more of her contributions. But let me just pause on some of the things that we've heard, and I just want to highlight a few of them. An integration into a national development strategy. So the idea of the domestication and localization coming through. Madam spoke about the regulatory instruments that were used. So really leveraging those regulatory instruments. She spoke about criminal liability for those that, so the regulation has teeth and there's consequence to the regulation. She spoke about local administration being important, and I think it's one of the ways in which we see that localization. And of course, she spoke about the cotton sector as just one of the examples of really making a difference in the sector. And just now, on the last point, talking about a new country program that is now spanning 2021 to 2022. All of these really important strategies and nuances that gives us a line of sight around how Uzbekistan has made the progress that they have. And I'm looking forward to more comments as we listen in. Maybe at this moment, allow me to also go to the Honorable Cabrera, the Minister of Labor in Colombia, who joins us online. Minister Cabrera, as we bring you into the conversation, we know that global estimates show a significant increase in child labor, especially in the last 4 years. However, we also know that Latin America is one of the 2 regions that has made modest progress. How has this been achieved exactly? If I can give you a few minutes to speak to that, Minister.
Muy buenos días para todos los panelistas y en especial a nuestro director mundial, a Guy Ryder, y saludar a todas las personas que nos acompañan de forma virtual. Para América Latina ha venido demostrando en los últimos años su compromiso con el fenómeno global que tiene que ver con todo lo que tiene que combatir el trabajo infantil en el mundo entero y en particular en América Latina. La tasa de trabajo infantil y con la pandemia se impactan familias, en la economía, los niños y adicionalmente el cierre de instituciones educativas. Pero permítame recordar por qué hablamos de tasas de desempleo menores en nuestra región. En el año 2016, nosotros, América Latina, tenía un promedio cerca de 10.461.000 niños ubicados en el trabajo infantil. En el año 2020, después de la pandemia, 21, con estudios propios de la OIT y la UNICEF, reducimos a 8.3 millones. A pesar de la pandemia, este fenómeno tan fuerte que ha ocurrido en la región, donde se demostró que por efectos de este fenómeno global incurrió en cosas donde la educación ha sido golpeada muy fuertemente. Las instituciones educativas hasta ahora están saliendo. Entonces, el primer tema más importante es la presencialidad en la educación. Yo creo que eso es clave en este momento. En segundo lugar, la cooperación internacional con la OIT, con Naciones Unidas. Y en tercer lugar, lo más importante es en América Latina, nosotros tuvimos con lo propio, la Comisión Económica para América Latina, la CEPAL, nos da un siguiente informe. En América Latina hubo 468 medidas tomadas para evitar, para contrarrestar este fenómeno. En primer lugar, una cobertura, un auxilio monetario a muchos hogares, porque el trabajo infantil nace en primer lugar por la pobreza de los hogares. Al perder los puestos de trabajo repercute automáticamente en la pérdida de esos puestos de trabajo. Para lo tal, esas medidas que se tomaron, auxilios monetarios en toda la región, han permitido recuperar los ingresos de los hogares y por lo tanto el fenómeno del trabajo infantil se tiene que disminuir. De otro lado, es muy importante las políticas previstas en el marco de la iniciativa regional. En América Latina hay son 33 países, pero hay una iniciativa regional que han acogido 10 países, con los cuales, en primer lugar, la información, detectar en cada región qué está ocurriendo, qué ha sucedido, cómo sabemos si el sector agrícola es afectado, cómo sabemos si en otros sectores industriales, en el caso de Colombia o otros países minoenergéticos, hidrocarburos, donde se siente ese tema. De igual manera, las familias, la mayoría, el 50% del trabajo infantil es un trabajo familiar. Esto significa detectar que los padres de familia, el ambiente familiar, hay que empezar a cambiarlo. Con esa iniciativa regional hemos avanzado. Entonces, las políticas antes de la pandemia que se habían creado, hoy con la iniciativa regional podemos salir adelante y conservar. Entonces, creemos que estamos preparados para esta situación. Y de otro lado, es muy importante para avanzar en todos estos procesos en los cuales hoy estamos muy comprometidos. Para ello, nosotros vamos a seguir trabajando muy fuertemente en nuestras políticas públicas. Esto significa compromiso en los planes de desarrollo de los gobiernos, tanto los que hoy están o los que lleguen. Compromiso muy fuerte. En el caso específico de Colombia, hemos avanzado muchísimo. Hemos disminuido las tasas de trabajo infantil en las más altas en nuestros últimos niños. Hemos recuperado más de 200.000 niños y jóvenes en ese sentido. Repito, para terminar, el tema de educación es clave. Esto significa mayor niños, mayor presencialidad en la educación después de la pandemia, mayores coberturas educativas. Significa aumentar inversión muy fuerte para que logremos mayor cobertura educativa, repito, y de esa manera el niño no debe estar en un sitio de trabajo, sino en una escuela. De otro lado, aumentar la educación en América Latina tiene que ser de una sola jornada única, lo cual permite que los niños estén más tiempo en una escuela y el tiempo libre de niños y jóvenes no se altere. Con esas políticas públicas diseñadas en nuestra estructura regional, podemos continuar hacia adelante. Entonces, avanzamos en esa situación. Muchísimas gracias.
Honorable Cabrera, thank you very much. And I think on the note of education, it's a resounding message that we've heard. Just to underscore, one of the things that you've said was that the place of a child is not in the workplace, it is in school. But yet at the same time, we need to ensure that the quality of the schooling that the children are getting allows them to stay in schooling. You've also spoke about the importance of families, and that resonates with one of the messages we saw earlier on the questions coming from the audience to say, have we started thinking about how we empower families about the decisions that they make and help and support families to make the right decisions for their children? So Honorable Cabrera, thank you very much. Let's come back to Durban and let's come back to the physical room here as I go to Commissioner Samate with the next question. Commissioner, tomorrow we have a session that is led by the African Union, but more importantly, we've seen a lot of commitment from African countries to really address comprehensively the issue of child labor. We've also heard from the Honorable Kamtikule about some of the initiatives in terms of the code that's come out of SADC. The question to you, Commissioner, is, are we able to make the elimination of child labor a priority in Africa? Can we make it a priority? And what is the role of the African Union in making sure that we're able to do that?
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Madame la modératrice. J'espère que les uns et les autres ont pris le canal français parce que je vais aller en français. Merci beaucoup. Avant d'intervenir et répondre à votre question, je tiens à dire merci. Merci aux autorités sud-africaines pour l'accueil très chaleureux qui nous a été réservé depuis notre arrivée ici, et saluer aussi nos partenaires. Merci beaucoup à nos partenaires pour cette importante réunion. Et aussi, une des intervenantes l'a dit le matin, notre solidarité avec la République d'Afrique du Sud suite aux inondations qui ont fait de nombreuses pertes en vie humaine, destruction de biens. Et aussi, justement, cela va avec la problématique dont nous parlons. Et le déplacement forcé aujourd'hui lié au changement climatique, également les conflits et le terrorisme. Et malheureusement, suite à cela, les enfants se retrouvent sur le terrain du travail forcé. Nous devons travailler pour cette élimination. Parlant de votre question, les chefs d'État et de gouvernement ont pris un grand engagement de mettre fin et de lutter surtout contre la problématique du travail des enfants sous toutes ses formes. Et nous avons d'importants instruments juridiques qui ont été adoptés par nos chefs d'État et de gouvernement avec des plans d'action. Et aussi, nous avons partagé avec les communautés économiques régionales, nous avons 8, et pour que ces communautés aussi puissent nous assister dans la mise en œuvre des instruments juridiques. Il y a l'exemple de la SADC et la CEDEAO que je connais bien, où cela fait partie des priorités au niveau du continent africain. Vous me direz comment justement on peut faire cela. Pour trouver une solution et mettre fin, il nous faut mettre justement la problématique, intégrer. Quelqu'un a parlé de données, il nous faut des données sur cette question. Et les ministères que nous avons identifiés, les ministères en charge de ces questions, doivent intégrer dans leur politique. Mais cela ne suffit pas. Au-delà de ces ministères, nous avons la question de l'éducation qui a été évoquée ici. Si tous les enfants vont à l'école, on pourra peut-être un peu diminuer, en tout cas, le travail des enfants. Et comment on peut faire cela? Il nous faut budgétiser, et le budget, il nous faut des finances pour aider les ministères en charge de l'agriculture qui emploient le plus grand nombre d'enfants, également les mines, que les enfants puissent, nos ministères puissent avoir des projets pour essayer de mettre fin à cette problématique. Et cela doit être une priorité parce que les premières victimes aussi, ce sont les filles. Les filles abandonnent l'école pour se retrouver retrouver justement dans ce domaine. Et parlant de ce que nous-mêmes, Union africaine, nous faisons, nous avons déjà un document juridique, mais on a l'action, le 10 Years Action Plan, ce qui est important et qui se décline en termes d'engagement au niveau non seulement de l'Union africaine, des organes, des communautés économiques régionales. Il faut responsabiliser chacun. Les communautés économiques régionales sont nos piliers, mais si on ne responsabilise pas, on ne pourra pas mettre fin à cela. Et j'ai cité l'agriculture, le secteur informel et surtout les mines. Il nous faut des plans de financement pour mettre fin à cela. Et aussi, au niveau de l'Union, il y a un engagement ferme vraiment au niveau de tous les départements de la Commission pour aussi assister nos États membres. Et pour terminer, nous avons un comité spécifique sur les questions des enfants, les droits et les bien-être des enfants. Ce comité a pied d'œuvre pour aussi assister nos États avec une obligation de compte rendu, de bilan. Qu'est-ce que vous faites pour mettre fin au travail forcé des enfants? Voilà un peu quelque chose que nous faisons et pour mettre fin à la problématique du travail des enfants, comment éliminer justement le travail forcé. Cela va aussi avec d'autres formes, les violences, et nous travaillons à mettre fin à tout cela. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Madam. Again, lifting some clear commitments. But what I'm hearing you saying is that, yes, we have commitment at the highest level, at the head of state level, at member state level, but more importantly, beyond that, are action plans that are alive in the environment. You've emphasized data, and Honorable Kamtukula, you spoke about the importance of data. You've spoken about budgets. So really resourcing the plans that we put together. And of course, the multi-sectoral approach keeps coming back and in the conversation. And of course, the emphasis of not losing the nuance of the girl child and their vulnerability. So thank you very much for that. And I don't doubt we're going to keep building on some of those insights, Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to go online once again. I'd like to go to Madame Barrow, who is joining us, of course, from the International Trade Union Confederation as the General Secretary. Madame Barrow, one of the themes that came out in the first high-level panel that came from the audience was the question of informality, and I know that Director General Ryder spoke to it in response. But the question to you, Madame, is we know that informality and child labor are linked to each other. How do we address informality and its resulting vulnerabilities that often express themselves as child labor, in your view? Madam, I think you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and I wish I could be with you, but this is indeed a critical conversation. It has to be one of the most serious global scandals that we haven't eliminated child labour. And it does come back to the very question you raised. Do we have a labour market that is regulated, that is secure, that is formal in the environment where parents, adults can work with dignity and therefore don't have to depend on the money that their children can make? If you look at informality, 60%, more than 60% of the world's workers are working informally. It covers all sectors, all countries, including our new internet-mediated businesses. And indeed, it means you have no rights, no minimum wage, no social protection, in most cases, no rule of law. So in that environment, when you can't earn enough to live on through the informal work that you do, then parents who are desperate to feed their families, of course, will allow opportunities for their children to work. There is also a culture of child labour that indeed the Minister Tanzila actually outlined to you very clearly. You know, she was one of the Uzbekistan leaders who worked with us, with the trade unions, with employers, with the ILO, to actually see that child labour and forced labour in her country were eliminated. And they're pretty much there. They've done a fantastic job, as you outlined, we need all governments to do that, to look at the legislative tools, the sanctions, the consequences and the monitoring that will make it possible to actually eliminate child labour. But we need to formalise those jobs. And it's not so hard to formalise work. The 2019 Centenary Declaration said that all workers, irrespective of the employment arrangements, should have a guarantee of fundamental rights, of occupational health and safety, of indeed an adequate minimum wage. For us, that means a living wage in line with the Convention and the Constitution of the ILO. And of course, some control over working hours. Now, if those elements are in place, irrespective of the formal contract of employment, formal or informal, whatever the employment arrangements are, as the language says, plus they're married with universal social protection, then you have the answers to clean up the desperation for too many of a broken labour market. That's the foundations that we can use those rights and indeed social protection, minimum living incomes with social protection, decent work that allow parents indeed to make different choices. Of course, it has to be supported, and I'm sure many said this over the last 24 hours, has to be supported by the investment in schooling, in quality public education that's accessible to all people. So we know what the answers are. The real question is there the political will, like countries like Uzbekistan have demonstrated, in order to see the elimination of child labour and indeed, as you say, to formalise informal work. South Africa itself has indeed shown you that when it comes to domestic work, with incomes and social protection, you can formalise jobs. Many other nations have examples, but we need to do better.
We need to do better. I think that's certainly going to be the soundbite of the panel. Thank you very much, Madam Barrow. But before I let you go, I know that you have a time constraint, so I'm going to come back to you now with a quick follow-up question. But I did want to lift the messaging around fundamental rights plus social protection plus good quality public education coupled with political will are some of the ingredients that you say are going to allow us to make accelerated progress. Madam Barrow, as a quick follow-up, having listened to that initial response, in a succinct and concise response, what would you say is the one action that worker organizations would consider as the most important priority in trying to reach target 8.7 of the Sustainable Development Goals?
Legislation with teeth. If you actually have legislation and it has compliance with real strength of sanctions and penalty, where in fact children are forced to work, this is indeed a crime. We have good examples around the world. You have modern slavery acts. Some of them need more compliance teeth. You have custom laws like those in the US, where indeed you can challenge and stop the products of child or forced labour crossing indeed the docks. We need mandated due diligence, the UN Treaty on Business and Human Rights, with grievance procedures to effect remedy, but we need to see legislation across all of these fronts for government and corporate responsibility, and it must make sure that the compliance foundations are serious enough to stop people using the scourge of child labour.
Madam, thank you very much. We need legislation, we need mandated due diligence, but we need to also make sure that the compliance foundations and those building blocks are in place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to move from the worker organization, and I'm going to move to listen now to Mr. Roberto Santos Suarez, who is, of course, representing the International Organization of Employers. And so, Mr. Suarez, let's bring your voice here. what would you describe as some of the best practice that is coming out of initiatives that are being led by the private sector, especially in relation to the reduction and elimination of child labor?
Well, thank you very much for inviting us, and nice to see you, Nosifo, here. And sorry for not joining you physically. It would have been my pleasure also to be there with you. Now I'm in New York in other forum. But once I was when I was reflecting on the best contribution that business can do in order to reduce child labor, without any doubt, the first action that came to my mind, if its own commitment, the commitment of companies to reduce child labor. This commitment comes also from a kind of awareness, but also important action. Sharon Barrow referred to due diligence. And I want to be clear on that. We are totally in agreement with the need to strengthen due diligence from companies in relation to the elimination of child labor. At the end of the day, the best contribution that a company can do in order to eradicate child labor, and that's one of the best practices. You can see now a real trend of many more and more companies, and not just big companies, but also medium and small companies, is to have the commitment to be diligent in relation with my operations, but also in relation with my supply chain, even though it's sometimes very difficult, but you see also progress to track all the, all the supply chain to prevent situations of child labor. That's the first that's the first contribution, and that's the first element that I would put here as practical initiatives, because you see more and more companies adding value in the fight against labor with some important results. Secondly, I would say that taking this commitment seriously means also following up, meaning monitoring and reporting. This is an exercise that helps, and helps also to other stakeholders to know what the company is doing. But if I stop here and I say that's the main commitment of a company, I would be limited. At the end of the day, having heard the Minister of Labor of Colombia, having heard also the significant input provided by the Excellency Minister of Malawi and Uzbekistan, at the end of the day, what matters is policies, right mix of policies and good implementation. So how can business contribute to these policies? And the best way forward is efficient partnerships. We keep saying that. We said it when 2 years ago we saw the backlash in the fight against child labor. We were very much worried that all the achievements that we have managed to get were under risk if we do not improve the way we partnership with educational institutions. And we have good examples. IOE has been very much leading and trying to bring experiences, for instance, in Guatemala, but also in Colombia, but also in many other areas of the world, where you have business organizations trying to support governments in their educational policies, in their inspection, compliance policies, but also with the trade unions. At the end of the day, if we do not have this engagement on policies through business and employees organizations to improve, some of the impact that we see now limited because of unilateral action, will not get there. Let me also say, and that would be a third angle, that sometimes another important action, even though it can seem to be very, very basic, is awareness raising. Many companies, but also many other stakeholders are not aware of the fact that sometimes they are indirectly involved in child labor initiative, in child labor situations, sorry. So business association, but also business and at different levels have a powerful role to raise this awareness and to reach the broadest numbers of companies on the ground. At the end of the day, what we need is good strategies, different from each country. We know that the Alliance 8.7 is I think, an interesting initiative that also have some of the ingredients also to get there. If we manage to have more and more countries, but also more and more business organizations, as the one that we have been leading in IOE, on the same direction, will get some important results. You have also the example of the Kenyan employers, and we have the distinguished representative of the Kenyan employers attending yesterday in one of the openings. They are really also pushing this agenda forward. Our credibility of business would not be accepted if we do not clearly engage and put important action on something which has to be a priority for business. Let me finally also make a reference to an important tool, Nosifo, and this is social dialogue. I mean, collaboration also with workers and trade unions and together with governments on this area is not minor, because it also can help also to have better regulations, but also better implementation. You will never also get there if just the regulation is not implemented properly. And those who have to implement these regulations are the ones that really know what's going on, how you can really deal with issues related, for instance, to labor inspection, with issues related also to supply chains, or issues related also to educational policies and skills needed for children. So for me, those are the areas that I would put as an added value also in terms of having an impact, and also in terms of having an active engagement from the private sector, which have practical consequences.
Mr. Santos, thank you very much, Mr. Santos. And so it's active engagement is the key word that you keep coming back to. So you spoke about commitment, but you're saying beyond commitment, you're also looking at monitoring and reporting, and of course partnership with governments around some of the execution and implementation of policy, the raising of awareness and social dialogue. And that, Madam, let me then bring us back to Durban, Madam Lema, as I come to you now. We've also been listening in since yesterday, and we keep hearing the importance of the role of civil society as well. The question to you, Madam, is what is the role of civil society? We begin to look at civil society through an international lens, to a national lens, through a grassroots level lens, and how can we leverage off the strength of civil society to really see significant progress in the elimination of child labor?
Thank you so much. I think one of the first things that we need to do, the Honorable Minister talked about it first, is data. And Madam here spoke about the regional, the AU and the sub-regional body. I think when Kalash and I had our conversation around the whole issue of child labor, the first question I asked him was, do we have data for SADC, ECOWAS? So the regions of Africa, do we have specific data to say, of this 80 million, 160 million, how many of these can we apportion to West Africa? How many of those in child labor activities are from the formal or informal sector? Because in as much as, and with all due respect to the AU, they're very strong, but sometimes the regional economic bodies are even stronger and more focused in some of the things that they do. I'll give another example. When I was growing up, my first understanding of South African and apartheid was from my church in Sunday school. Every year, every month, the first Sunday of every month, the All Africa Council of Churches made it mandatory that a letter was read in all churches that were members of the All Africa Council of Churches talking about apartheid, and offerings were taken. I bring this back to this room because the whole idea of child labor in a lot of our communities is like an international conversation. People don't, until we domesticate or simplify it for everyday people, some people still see it as this is the way children should be brought up. When their families cannot afford, they should be sent to relatives in the city to go to school, and they don't really understand the severity of this. Civil society has a role, and we have to now cut at this international level, how do we take it to those institutions and civil society organizations that make impact and that will also help to take it at the community level? Yesterday, in conversation with the young people, I said the churches, religious institutions have their role. In 2020, the Pope wrote a letter called Fratelli Tutti. And if you read that letter of the Pope, within that letter, there's a huge part of it that speaks clearly about child labor. How can we take that and hold the Catholic Church accountable, asking them, can we now use this to spread it with your members? In 2019, Pope Francis and the Grand Imam of Al-Azhar also did a document called the Document on Human Fraternity. How can we take that document that also speaks about child labor and some of the practices and say to the religious institutions, let's use this to spread out? I think beyond national, international, there's also a need for private sector engagement in this. People are talking about money. How do we get government, civil society, religious institutions really make the urgency that I'm hearing about the child labor situation at this conference is not the urgency that is at the community level. And I think it's time for us to make it as a pandemic. Especially in Africa, it's time for us to say to the rest of the continent that this is a serious matter, this is a shameful matter, and if we don't attach urgency to this, we may not have a future.
It is a pandemic. Child labor is a pandemic. Thank you very much, Madam. So you come back to the question of data. And it keeps coming back as one of the key things that we need to be focusing on. You use the example of the church and how it brought to consciousness for you the experience of apartheid in South Africa. And the question I think you're asking back to us to say, we have a template of how civil society can be impactful. How do we scale this in this particular regard? Now, ladies and gentlemen, the only person we haven't heard from so far is Tara. And Tara is going to, like the DG, is listening intently so that as we begin to wrap up the conversation, she is going to share what her call to action is and what she would like to see on behalf of other children, especially those who are survivors of child labor, but more importantly, on behalf of children who still find themselves as child laborers. So we haven't forgotten about Tara. We'll certainly be getting to her voice. The other voice I want to quickly bring into the conversation is your voice. And so a couple of comments, if I may share, that have come from our audience. A lot of resonance with the proposition that the most effective way to reduce child labor is through education. And Nikodimi Kailu from DRC has shared some of that with us. Nangiro from Uganda, Madam Lema, is saying acquiring data to support decision-making is another level in which we need to see more commitment from all member states, Madam Samate, and at all levels. And Nangiro goes on to say we need to resource data. We can't just talk about the fact that we need data. Are we investing in whether in data systems and being able to read and interpret that data and then make informed decisions from there? I want to maybe read one more comment, and there are many. There are many, many, many. Let me pick up one more of these. Again, it's a comment from Nangiro in Uganda saying, have we thought about the extent to which the school environment is a safe place for children and how schools need to be safer and not harmful? So we shouldn't be moving children from the saucepan and into the fire. And how do we make sure that we're not only talking about the process of teaching and learning, we're talking about the safety of that space in its totality. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a few minutes still to go in this panel. I want to come to the panelists with a final round of questions. I'm keen to hear from Tara. I'm keen to give to the co-host of this panel an opportunity to share his reflections and what he's heard. So in this quick round, I'm going to ask my panelists to be concise and short and to the point. I'm going to start off with Honorable Kamtikule again. You spoke, Madam, about the child labor code. What is the plan for quality implementation in 15 member countries. It's not a small job. And so I'm keen to hear some of your thoughts around how do we get it right in 15 member states?
No, thank you so much, Nozipo, for that question. I think target 8.7 of the SDG, it set up a very good target for us. And I think for the past years, we've been working backwards to achieve that target. And unfortunately, we only have 5 years to go. And I think the Vice President yesterday asked us a very pertinent question. He said, we need to ask ourselves if we are getting there and how will we know that we are getting there. And I like that comment of resourcing data. But I think for me, one of the critical issues that is coming out is to say, probably, as ministries of labor, for example, are we the right persons to be collecting that data? Should we be collaborating with other institutions that are savvy on issues of collecting data and also just analyzing it for us so that they can submit to relevant authorities for decision making? I just wanted to elaborate on that one. But I think when we talk about now how we are implementing the code within the region, one of the things is, of course, ensuring that there's continued commitment towards the regional code, but also the international conventions that we have ratified and domesticating. However, I think for me it goes beyond that. Somebody needs to take the fall when something doesn't go right, because we have had these international conventions, we have ratified, we are domesticating them, and I think the issue of resources has come out very strongly in this forum to say the governments are not resourcing child labor. There was a time when HIV and AIDS was a phenomenon. There was a time when issues of climate change were, climate change, I don't know what this is all about. And I think that's where we are with child labor as well, until when the bomb blasts in our faces. And I think it is our responsibility as stakeholders in the labor sector to be telling our story, putting a face on child labor, to say, and I think I like what my colleague said, to say, the Nobel laureate, she said, we don't have a future if we don't eradicate child labor now. And we need to ensure, even at cabinet level, how does it all fit together? How does child labor fit together? We don't eradicate child labor. What's at stake socioeconomically, for example? And so we want to continue to commit as a region to say we are committing to domesticating, to ensuring that we are ratifying all these conventions, we are domesticating it in our national policies, but somebody needs to take the fall. For me, in Malawi, we have what we are calling the MW 2063, which is a 40-year plan, a development plan. What we have done as government, we have we reviewed the Political Parties Act to say every political party, they need to align their manifestos towards the how they're going to implement the MW 2063. And it's a law. So if you break the law, there are consequences of breaking the law. We need to get to that point as far as child labor is concerned. The second thing is enhancing issues of advocacy. And what I've noted, having worked in the sector for the past 2 years, is that both at the higher and the lower level, just like my colleague was saying, people don't know what child labor is. And remember what I said, the intertwining of child labor with our culture and our norms. There's no demarcation in terms of where do we draw the line between raising a generation that is responsible, but also raising a generation that is already in child labor. And so we need to ensure that we are, because systems and structures and governance systems do not do child labor. Human beings do child labor. And sometimes it's very easy for us to be on this panel and talk about all of these things and whatever, but when it comes to you as a person, because if we could look really closely, maybe some of us have been propagating child labor even at household level, because it's easy for us to talk about it at at program level, at ILO or at SADC as a region and all of that. But you as a person, what are you doing to eradicate child labor? So we need to enhance issues of advocacy. The last thing for me would be to strengthen monitoring and reporting, because sometimes also you think that it's not your problem. So you may be seeing something and then you don't want to report it. You travel to Namibia, you see something and then you don't want to talk about it because you think it's not your problem. But I think we need to ensure that at household level, at local level, we are, even at regional level, we are enhancing monitoring and of course reporting. And then the last thing for me would be partnerships and alliances, where we are saying this is not a government problem, this is not a civil society problem, but every one of us need to come together to ensure that we are working collaboratively and then to eradicate child labor.
Honorable Kamtikule, thank you very much. So a lot of resonance with some of the earlier panel. You speak about, and I'm going to call it the hashtag not my problem, because that is the attitude that we actually need to be breaking through. I think it was Madame Kavao spoke about the acceptance of shared responsibility, because it is a problem that we are all responsible for, but also responsible for solving. You spoke spoken a lot about many things, including the importance of consequence, which is something that's often missing in these conversations, and the self-reflection of what does it look like in my life, and to what extent am I turning a blind eye or actively involved in child labor in one way or the other. I want us to go back to Uzbekistan. Honorable Nabayev, let's come back to you, please, Honorable. We're keen, Honorable, to understand, based on your experience, what did you experience as the biggest barriers to eradicate child labor in Uzbekistan? And we'd love to learn from you, how did you overcome those barriers to make the progress that you've made today?
Вопрос вам, госпожа Нарбаева. Какие вам видятся самые серьезные, высокие, непреодолимые барьеры, с которыми вам пришлось столкнуться в Узбекистане по искоренению детского и принудительного труда? И как вам удалось их преодолеть? Ваш опыт, пожалуйста.
Спасибо за вопрос, уважаемая госпожа председатель. Действительно, вы совершенно правы, что это было нелегко. Достичь таких результатов было совершенно нелегко.
Thank you very much for the question. So you are quite right that it wasn't an easy task actually to achieve what we managed to do.
Когда мы столкнулись с этой проблемой, мы в первую очередь пришли к основному автору вот этих конвенций, к представителям Международной организации труда, чтобы самим понять, как необходимо преодолевать признаки принудительного труда и детского труда.
So when we encountered this pretty drastic challenge, so we decided to actually come to the primary source, meaning the instruments proposed by the International Labour Organization in order to overcome these barriers. So, and how to detect and identify these features and signs of child and forced labor in order to eradicate those.
И после таких непростых консультаций с представителями Международной организации труда мы начали свои первые шаги, которые заключались в признании проблемы у нас в стране и полной мобилизации государственных структур, органов государственной власти на местах с привлечением гражданского общества при активной поддержке Международной организации труда нам удалось шаг за шагом идти к сегодняшней цели.
And after very thorough consultations with the ILO representatives and experts, we actually understood what to do, and we identified the way in order to overcome and come to where we are at the time.
Я хочу сказать, что в первую очередь необходима координация усилий государственных структур с гражданским обществом, с профсоюзами и с работодателями.
My point is that we need to ensure very tight cooperation and collaboration, as we did, with the involvement of the government authorities, representatives of trade unions and employees, and civil society as well.
Для этого должна быть сильная политическая воля руководства страны.
And for that, we need actually to have very strong and focused political will demonstrated by the senior governance of the country.
Мы начали менять свое законодательство. Мы начали менять свои подзаконные акты.
We started to amend our legislation and bylaws.
Мы начали делать институциональные реформы, то есть каждый, кто должен заниматься этим вопросом, мы им определили их задачи, что они должны делать.
We launched institutional reforms, and we identified all the stakeholders involved, and we defined for them work to do for each of them.
Эта работа проводилась наряду с широкой информационной кампанией среди населения, среди тех, кто собирает хлопок, среди детей, среди фермеров, среди простых людей.
And this work was accompanied and supported by a sizable and scalable knowledge awareness campaign, which we actually rolled out amongst all the people involved, among children, among all those who were involved in cotton picking.
В моей стране инициатором всего этого были профсоюзы.
In my country, the trade unions were the initiating force.
Но к профсоюзам подключились и все государственные структуры, сельскохозяйственный сектор и институты гражданского общества.
But later on, other stakeholders, such as the government administration and all the forces involved and the civil society at large, all those also got involved in this work.
Я хочу сказать своим коллегам, уважаемым участникам сегодняшнего вот такого мероприятия, что только координация, только постоянный мониторинг, ежедневная работа принесет хороший результат.
I would like actually to emphasize addressing this issue to my colleagues today when I speak to you. So that only well-coordinated coordination, focused work, and clear understanding of the ultimate goal will generate the positive outcome.
И сегодня я, как председатель Сената, высшего законодательного органа страны, продолжаю работать по этому направлению, и каждые 3 месяца мы подводим итоги проделанной работы за 1 квартал. И здесь активно с нами участвуют представители Международной организации труда, Всемирного банка, посольств и других международных организаций.
And being the chair of the supreme legislative institution in the country, I do it regularly. I mean, I take stock on a quarterly basis of the situation and the status of things in this regard. And we are doing it together and with the support provided by the International Labour Organization, World Bank, embassies, and all other relevant international institutions and stakeholders.
Знаете, каждая международная организация, начиная с МОД, Cotton Campaign, Министерство труда США, другие, Совет Европы и так далее, Евросоюз, все давали нам рекомендации. По всем рекомендациям наша страна составляла дорожные карты, и каждое мероприятие по дорожной карте мы отслеживали и принимали отчеты со стороны государственных органов.
All our counterparties, including the ILO, of course, first of all, the World Bank, the US Trade Department, and many other organizations, they all provided us with their support and recommendations. And we took them into account while we were developing our roadmap. And we actually measured our pace forward vis-a-vis the recommendations which we have received.
Поэтому я хочу, пользуясь случаем, принести свою благодарность всем вот этим структурам, МОД, Всемирный банк, Министерство труда США, Европейский Союз и другим международным организациям, которые нам помогали. Они давали нам рекомендации, они были вместе с нами, и они праздновали все наши победы.
So in taking the opportunity which I have received today, I would like to express our deep gratitude to all those counterparties whom I already mentioned, but I would like to refer to them again. I mean, the ILO, the World Bank, the European Union, the US Labor Department, and many others for all their support, for their recommendations and their advice.
И мы сегодня, у нашей позиции страны улучшены со стороны Министерства труда США.
So, and currently, we observe that our standing and actually the position of Uzbekistan in the eyes of the international community, including the Trade Department and Labor Department of the United States, has significantly improved.
Торговая организация США тоже приняла решение о завершении работ по пересмотру соответствия Узбекистана критериям обеспечения трудовых прав согласно генеральной системе преференций.
Actually, and the USTR made a decision actually also on reviewing the current status of things and on compliance of Uzbekistan with the general system of preferences, or GSP US.
Кроме этого, вступила в силу специальная система преференций Европейского Союза для устойчивого развития и эффективного управления.
Besides that, actually, a special system of preferences proposed by the European Union for sustainable development and efficient development also took effect.
И со стороны международной коалиции Cotton Campaign отменен хлопковый бойкот, который длился с 2009 года до 2020 года. Я считаю, все эти достижения — это достижения не только Узбекистана, но и всех наших партнеров с международными организациями.
So the International Coalition Cotton Campaign announced lifting the cotton boycott, which lasted from 2009 to 2021. All these achievements, I think, go to the credit not of Uzbekistan only, but they all go to the credit of all those counterparties who assisted and helped us a lot.
И я от имени руководства Республики Узбекистан последнее хочу добавить, что мы привержены к соблюдению международных трудовых социальных стандартов и будем выполнять неуклонно и в дальнейшие годы.
And in conclusion, I would like just to reinforce our readiness to stand and to stay, actually, and demonstrate our abidance and our commitment to complying with international labor standards and with all other regulations which the international community follows. And we are going to do it in the future as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nabeva. Thank you very much for that contribution. Speaking to the challenges of ensuring that we are translating commitments into action and how Uzbekistan has done it with different partners, and speaking about some of the real actions that needed to be taken to enable this, from institutional reforms to political will, to arranging or creating the space for active voices to be brought into the conversation, the voices of social partners, and active leadership on behalf of Madam the Honorable Nabeva herself amongst her team as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to quickly go to Minister Cabrera just to get his final comment in before we begin wrapping up this conversation. Honorable Cabrera, one of the things that's coming through, and even as we listen to the Honorable Nabeva, is the challenge of political will and momentum, but sustained political will and sustained momentum. Can you just, in a minute, share with us, what did you do to keep the political will and momentum in the Latin America and Caribbean initiative on child labor, particularly because that is an initiative that has so many diverse stakeholders that are involved, Minister?
Gracias. El mejor aliciente para todos los gobiernos son los resultados. Y los buenos resultados son los que han motivado a que los países miembros de la iniciativa regional trabajen de manera comprometida con este tema de eliminar el trabajo infantil. Pero con solo este primer aspecto no se hubiera logrado. El buen resultado es el de generar las herramientas útiles que puedan ser usadas para enfrentar el problema del trabajo infantil, como por ejemplo el modelo de identificación de riesgo del trabajo infantil que lo aplica los 10 países de la región. Si esto da resultados, es un ejemplo para que lo continúen los siguientes gobiernos. Los resultados de las herramientas brindan, como lo hemos dicho en este panel, la oportunidad de identificar dónde focalizar y establecer prioridades para atender las causas más estructurales relacionadas con el trabajo infantil. Las políticas públicas en este sentido no atienden de manera coyuntural la problemática del trabajo infantil, sino que busca cambiar las circunstancias que hacen posible que este problema. Por ello, cuando hablamos de voluntad política, significa resultados. Y para ello también necesitamos no solamente el gobierno nacional, sino también los gobiernos locales. En el caso de Colombia, por ejemplo, se avecina una nueva elección presidencial. Todos ya están comprometidos con el trabajo infantil. De otra manera, de otra parte, es muy importante todo lo que tiene que ver con la cooperación internacional. Nosotros veíamos, mi colega de Afganistán, como decía que como los gobiernos, por ejemplo, en el caso específico de Colombia, reitero, el trabajo con la OIT, con UNICEF, con Naciones Unidas, y en el cual el gobierno de Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, reconoce todo lo que ha hecho Colombia con el trabajo infantil. Hemos bajado las tasas de trabajo infantil, las hemos rebajado al 4.8%. Anteriormente di una cifra de 582,000 niños fuera de esta área. Y hay algo también muy claro para todas estas situaciones. Cuando hablamos de voluntad política, se tiene que ver reflejado, en el caso específico de Colombia, se ve reflejado en los presupuestos. El presupuesto general de la nación de un país tiene que verse reflejado en esta situación. Por ello, en el caso específico de Colombia, hace décadas el primer rubro era fuerzas militares y demás. Hoy el principal rubro se llama educación. Y como lo hemos planteado en este panel, la educación es clave para esto. Entonces hay voluntad política. De otro lado, es muy importante las regulaciones. en Colombia y en los países de América Latina suscribimos, y todo el mundo, la Convención Internacional de los Derechos de los Niños. Esto significa su artículo 32, la protección de los niños en trabajos peligrosos. Si todos firmamos, regulamos y hacemos ese pacto, tenemos que salir adelante. Yo creería que con esto podemos estar diciéndole cero trabajo infantil. La voluntad política es una decisión de sociedad, no solamente un gobierno como tal, sino su sociedad. En el caso de Colombia, reitero varias veces, por ejemplo, tenemos una policía especializada en adolescencia e infancia, o sea, nuestras autoridades para combatir estos flagelos. En segundo lugar, los gremios económicos comprometidos con luchar por este tema, las organizaciones sindicales de igual manera, de tal manera que todo en un diálogo social, nuestra sociedad, nuestras instituciones, y de esa manera la voluntad política tiene que preservar, y los resultados, como explicábamos anteriormente, poco a poco vamos disminuyendo. Nos habíamos propuesto disminuir el trabajo infantil en el año 2025. Fruto de la pandemia es muy difícil cumplirlo, pero seguiremos y los nuevos actores políticos así lo harán. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. That's the Honorable Cabrera talking to us about how political will is not just a government decision and action. It is the reflection of an entire decision of a society and how you show up in relation to a particular problem. Minister Cabrera, thank you for those contributions. Of course, you also highlight the importance of local government. And this is one of the ways in which we've been hearing today in the conversation to make sure that local government is actively involved in the enforcement of the vision to eliminate child labor. Commissioner Samate, very quickly, we're going to have a lot more time tomorrow in the African Union session, but if you could summarize in just very briefly what you believe just needs to be done to make sure that we don't lose a whole generation of children, and you were to summarize that in just a minute or so, what would your response be?
Merci beaucoup. Pour aller très rapidement, il faut la sensibilisation de tous les acteurs, que ce soit au niveau de nos gouvernements, la société civile, les organisations internationales et les organisations au niveau international. Il faut sensibiliser. Je dis sensibiliser parce que nous avons des instruments juridiques. Comment on peut internaliser ces instruments et effectivement les mettre en œuvre? Ça, c'est un autre défi. Il faut, si on fait ça, on a connaissance de tous nos instruments, nous allons les appliquer pour mettre fin au travail des enfants. Je dirais aussi la prévention. La prévention suppose qu'on trouve des opportunités pour les parents des enfants qui envoient leurs enfants travailler dans des champs, dans des mines. Il faut des projets porteurs de lutte contre la pauvreté. Ça permet aux enfants de rester à l'école. Je dirais aussi une coopération. Coopération au niveau national avec les associations, avec le gouvernement, pour tarir à la source justement la problématique du travail des enfants, et au niveau entre les États. Je vois en Afrique de l'Ouest, des enfants quittent le Burkina pour aller en Côte d'Ivoire. Il faut une coopération pour arrêter le phénomène au niveau national et aussi...
To the translation team, we've lost the English translation, please. We are now back. Thank you very much. Please continue, madame.
OK. Je disais, il faut une coopération au niveau national avec les associations, le gouvernement, les acteurs pour mettre fin au phénomène. Et aussi, de l'autre côté, on a le phénomène d'une ville à une autre, d'un pays à un autre. Il faut une coopération pour mettre fin à ce phénomène. Et comment on peut mettre des projets si on n'a pas d'argent? Que le gouvernement budgétise des projets pour mettre à la disposition des familles des projets qui puissent leur permettre de lutter. Il y a quelqu'un qui a posé une question. Est-ce que l'éducation, est-ce que l'école est le lieu sûr pour justement lutter contre cela? il faut aussi repenser l'éducation sur le continent africain. On forme des gens qui ne sont pas adaptés. Il faut adapter la formation au contexte et permettre des opportunités d'emploi au niveau de ceux qui vont à l'école. Et pour terminer, nous avons, nous, notre plan d'action que nos États travaillent à le mettre en œuvre et également l'obligation de redevabilité et les échanges d'expériences entre les différents États membres. Merci.
Madam, thank you very much. So one, we've got the instruments in the toolkit. Let's start using them. But also you speak about prevention, and in particular getting to the root of the problem through preventative measures. Example, focusing on reduction and elimination of poverty. So, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Barrow, I believe, has left us due to a pressing conflict that she needed to attend to. So I'm going to go very briefly to Mr. Santos, who I believe is still very much online. Mr. Santos, one of the last question that I had asked to Madam Barrow was, what was the one action from a worker perspective that she believed would be of the most important priority in order to reach target 8.7 of the SDGs? If I were to put the same question to you and to say, what is the one action that employer organizations consider as the most important priority to meet the target 8.7 of the SDGs, what would your response to that be?
My response would clearly address the root causes through efficient partnerships. We need to do better in efficient partnerships. We need to find innovative ways to get people out of informality. We need to work much better in some partnership with some educational institutions. We need to work better with labor inspection, but also with other institutions of governments to assure the rule of law. We need, and I want to say that very clearly, to strengthen safety nets, strengthen social protection systems which are sustainable. We need a better environment for productive and decent employment, decent work. There is not just one single solution, but if we work as a priority, as business, on this idea of efficient partnerships with key institutions, and of course with the trade unions, I think we could have much more impact. That would be my main message. Thank you very much again for listening.
It's a crisp and concise response, but really gets to the core of what you've put down on the table as a priority, efficient partnerships that allow us to get to the root causes, but then to also be able to engage together in partnerships and collaborations that work. Madame Lema, just before we get to Tara, let's get your voice in here. In communities are going to be a very important part of the accelerated action. How do we empower communities so that there's ownership and leadership coming out of the community level? What would you say would be the one most important way that we could empower communities, even if it's not in itself the silver bullet, but one of the ways that we could do it?
We all know.
Please go ahead. I think they're going to lift it now.
Okay.
You're okay.
We all know that knowledge is power. And I think sustained awareness on the issue of child labor, allowing people to know, really engaging community on the adverse effects of child labor, knowledge, but also finally, I think we've done enough international conferences on the elimination of child labor. I think it's time now to take all of our talk shop into actions.
Sure. It's time now to move from the talk shop into action. I like to call it the consequential conversation. It's time for us to act, and this really the core of the messaging here today. Knowledge is power, and that is one of the ways in which we empower local communities. Tara, I know you've been listening. The entire hour and a half that we've been speaking, you've been listening to world leaders. What do you think needs to happen to ensure that children in child labor who are trapped in child labor can be freed?
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्ते। आप यहाँ पर आए सब लोग, आप सब लोगों की बातें सुनकर मुझे यह गर्व हो रहा है कि हम सब लोग एक साथ मिलकर बच्चों के अधिकार के लिए बातें कर रहे हैं। मैं एक ऐसे समुदाय के बारे में बताने जा रही हूँ जहाँ पर कभी कोई पढ़ाई नहीं किया, किसी को पता भी नहीं था कि पढ़ाई क्या होती है, स्कूल क्या होती है, वो कभी स्कूल नहीं गए थे और सब बच्चे बाल मजदूरी करते थे। मैं भी उन्हीं में से एक हूँ। मैं अपनी मम्मी के साथ सड़क पर झाड़ू लगाने का काम करती थी। मुझे भी नहीं पता था कि स्कूल क्या होती है, पढ़ाई क्या होती है। उसके बाद 2012 में हमारे गांव में बाल आश्रम ट्रस्ट द्वारा एक स्कूल खोला गया। वहाँ हम बाल आश्रम में श्री कैलाश सत्यार्थी जी, जिन्हें हम प्यार से भाई साहब जी कहते हैं, और श्रीमती सुमेधा कैलाश, जिन्हें हम प्यार से माता जी कहते हैं, उनसे मिले और उनसे मिलने के बाद हमें पता चला कि बाल विवाह क्या होता है, बाल मजदूरी क्या होती है, इन सब के बारे में हमें पता चला। और फिर हमने ज़मीनी स्तर से काम करते हुए अपने बंजारा समुदाय के 30 बच्चों का दूसरी स्कूल में दाखिला करवाया और मैं अपनी पीढ़ी, अपने समुदाय में 12वीं क्लास पास करने वाली पहली लड़की हूँ। मैं चाहती हूँ कि जिस तरह मेरे गांव में अब कोई भी बच्चा बाल मजदूरी नहीं करे और इसी तरह पूरी दुनिया में कोई भी बच्चा बाल मजदूरी न करे। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ कि हम बच्चों को वोट देने का अधिकार नहीं है तो क्या हमें बाल मजदूरी करने का है? हम बच्चों की इसमें क्या गलती है कि हम अगर गरीब बस्ती में जन्म लेते हैं तो हमें क्या बचपन जीने का अधिकार नहीं है? हमें भी आज़ादी चाहिए, हमें भी पढ़ने का अधिकार चाहिए। आप सब लोग आज यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, इतने बड़े, इतने शक्तिशाली, हम जैसे बच्चों को आपके साथ की ज़रूरत है। आइए हम सब मिलकर ज़मीनी स्तर से काम करते हुए उन बच्चों को आज़ाद कराते हैं जो कहीं ना कहीं आज भी बाल मजदूरी के शिकार हो रहे हैं। मैं आप सब लोगों से विनती करती हूँ कि आप सब लोग खड़े होकर उन बच्चों के लिए एक वादा करें जो आज भी बाल मजदूरी कर रहे हैं। उन बच्चों के लिए एक वादा करें जो आज भी बाल मजदूरी कर रहे हैं। उनको आज़ादी दिलाने के लिए हम एक ऐसी दुनिया बनाने का वादा करें जहां हर बच्चा आज़ाद हो, हर बच्चे को शिक्षा मिले, हर बच्चे को अपना सपना पूरे करने का अधिकार मिले। और मैं एक पुलिस ऑफिसर बनना चाहती हूँ। मैं पुलिस ऑफिसर बनकर ज़मीनी स्तर से काम करना चाहती हूँ कि जो बच्चों को ऊपर हो रहे अत्याचार उनको मिटाना चाहती हूँ। उन बच्चों को आज़ादी दिलाना चाहती हूँ जो आज भी कहीं ना कहीं बाल मजदूरी कर रहे हैं।
सर अपना मुझे ये दे दो।
बैठ दो।
Good afternoon to everyone. Namaste to all. I am privileged to stand here today. I feel really happy that I'm in front of you, and I am so glad that you all are talking about child labor. You all are thinking in the direction of providing freedom to children like us. I come from a community where child labor has been most dominant and it has been frequent. I come from a nomadic community. I am the one who was a child laborer myself. I used to clean the dangerous roads with my mother, and on those roads I used to always be worried about the vehicles coming. And from that, I come from those places where education was always a distant dream. I never thought that I can get educated until Bal Ashram Trust decided to open a school in my nomadic community from where I come. So in 2012, when she first met Mr. Kailash Satyarthi ji and Ms. Sumedha Kailash ji, who are the founders of various organizations, including Bal Ashram Trust, I met them, and there I got to know the part of education, how education is essential. And today, I am requesting everyone to stand up with her and take a pledge that you will stand with me to talk about freedom and to ensure that every child is free. I want to be a police officer. I want to work at the grassroots level so that I can take a decision which is informed, which is full of justice. I run every single day for 10 kilometers so that I can become IPS officer. I'm the first generation learner in my community. I request everybody to please stand up and let's pledge towards having a safe childhood. Talking about freedom.
बहुत धन्यवाद जो आपने मुझे अपनी बात रखने का मौका दिया आपके सामने. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'm honored to be standing here and sharing the wisdom I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you it's a very big thank you to Tara. Ladies and gentlemen, since we're upstanding, it might be a beautiful moment for all of us to raise our hand against child labor. We've all seen the sign, so there we are, Tara. This is our pledge in solidarity with you and all the children around the world, and I hope to the media team, you are capturing this moment. Can I please ask all of us to give Tara a round of applause and we may resume our seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I promised you that we would hear some reflection and insights from the Director General of the International Labour Organization to close off this conversation. So DG, the floor is yours. What have you heard and what's come out on the surface for you?
Well, Nancy, thank you very much. And I think the first thing I want to do is to thank Tara for reminding all of us why we come to Durban and what we're doing here. Thank you, Tara, for doing that. It's been a great conversation. The first thing to say is it's reiterated a lot of things that we already heard in the first days of the conference, and we're going to hear again. So I'm not going to go into them, just except to list them. We know education matters. We know social protection matters. We know that formalization of the informal economy matters. We also know that providing decent work for adults matters. These are 4 of the big columns that we need to build upon. I think this panel's confirmed that, but what's extra value have I detected in this panel? Firstly, and I thought it was a really powerful message coming from different participants, we know that political will matters, of course, but I liked what Minister Custodio Cabrera of Colombia said. Political will has to translate into what he described as a societal decision. Society has to come together to say that child labour is intolerable and we're going to join and get rid of it. So that was very clear, and I'll bring that point out a moment a bit further. The second point, and I thought this was interesting, is there is a regional dimension to our battle. Again, going to Latin America, we know that the regional initiative, a number of our member states working all together, it actually created a momentum in Latin America. The ball started to roll, people talked to each other, people learnt from each other, and things went better. And I think we need to work out ways to replicate that positive regional experience. And Commissioner, you mentioned in the African Union, the highest level political decision makers have agreed on the African continent to come together to get rid of child labour. I think we have to now take advantage of that political will, turn it into that continental decision, societal continental decision, and then follow up on it. The third point, and this came out really, really clearly, was the importance of data. And I'm going to just expand and say data and information. Why do we need data? We need data to make the right policies. I always say that if you don't have the data, making policies like trying to move around in a dark room. You never know where you are and what you're going to bump into. So we need data for policy making. I think we also need data to inform public opinion, and this is where I follow Lema's point. Raising awareness needs this informational piece. People need to know what's happening. People need to have an understanding of what they can do to make a difference. And again, this can help in this societal decision making. It all comes together. And one of the things which, I'm going to just say something which might surprise people. One of the things I hope that we can all go away from Durban with is that everybody in this hall will have a clear understanding of what ILO Conventions 138 and 182 actually say. Because my experience, even dealing with the ILO's own constituencies, there's a lot of confusion. The Convention 138, that's on minimum age, is quite a complex convention. People sometimes think that what we are proposing is unrealistic, it's impossible. This is a rigid, one-size-fits-all international convention. It's not. Inside, it's got lots of understanding of local conditions, different modalities for different conditions. So some work is not to be performed for people below 18 years old, some 15, some 14, and even for light work down to 13 and 12. If you understand this, people get on board the fight much more easily because they see that our standards actually understand local conditions, or at least accommodate and address local conditions. The role of the private sector, of course, Roberto Suarez has brought this out. Yes, we all know we need the private sector. All of us agree on that. There's also an agreement that the private sector enterprises need to exercise this famous phrase of due diligence in making sure that their business operations respect human rights. Behind that broad consensus, I think there's a lot of debates. Should this be mandatory? Should it be voluntary? How far down supply chain should this apply? We have to continue developing this discussion. I can say in the ILO it's a difficult discussion. And perhaps the last point I want to make, and it comes from what my neighbor, the minister from Malawi, said at the beginning. We need an all-of-government approach to fighting child labor. If we leave this to ministries of labor alone, I wonder if we're going to get where we need to get to. Of course, ministries of labor are crucially important, and I follow my neighbor, everything she said about labor administration and the rest of it. But if it's about education, we need to work with education ministries. If it's about finance, and it is, we need to talk with finance ministries. If it's about broader economic and planning, we need to talk with economic and planning ministries. If it's about rural development and conditions in the rural economy, and my goodness, it certainly is, we need to talk to those ministries which are responsible for the rural sector. So that last point, it is an all-of-society, all-of-government agenda. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much from the DG of the ILO. And DG, you've not only acknowledged some of the fundamentals that were reinforced in this conversation, but you've given us what you've described as extra value. That's the extra value you've heard, but certainly extra value that has been important for all of us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap up, I want to just give you a quick insight as to what are we going to do next before we all depart today. We are going to go into a short session now that is a compilation of voices from around the world united to end child labor. And these are high-level statements of commitment that we're hearing from leaders from around the world. Some of those leaders are in the room here today, and they're going to join us up on stage very shortly. It's a short, sharp, concise session, but it'd be a beautiful way to close off on the energy that allows us to then carry tomorrow and the next day into the conversations that we need to show up in. To transition us to the voices of the world, please allow me to ask you to give me a big round of applause to my participants as they descend off stage, and we thank you for your participation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to ask the following speakers to please join me on stage. They are the voices of the world that are here with us in Durban, and so they're going to be contributing their brief statements of support here from the podium. Please allow me to call on Madame Geeta Kamath, the Australian High Commissioner to South Africa, to please come take her seat. I'm also going to call on Madame Kaplana Rajan Scott, the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Labour and Employment in India. And I'm also then going to call Madame Ami Larsen-Jane, the Deputy Head of Mission in the Embassy of Sweden in Pretoria, speaking to us on behalf of the Nordic countries. And finally, if I might please still have your attention, I would really appreciate that. High Commissioner, please, you can come onto stage. And finally, if I can also call upon His Excellency, the Archbishop Peter Brian Wells, representing the Holy See. If I can ask these voices from the world to kindly please take a seat in no particular order. Thank you very much for being here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start off with the video message from UNICEF. It's a message that comes from Madame Catherine Russell, the Executive Director of UNICEF. Kindly please turn your attention to the screen.
For the first time since 2000, the number of children in labor has been increasing, rising rapidly since 2016 to approximately 160 million children in 2021. That's almost 1 in 10 children worldwide. Nearly half of them are engaged in hazardous work likely to cause physical and emotional harm. An alarming number of these children are extremely young. There were 16.8 million more children between the ages of 11 and 5 years old in 2020 than in 2016. This rapid rollback of progress should concern us all. Child labor harms children's physical and emotional well-being. It compromises children's education and limits their future opportunities, deepening cycles of poverty. And let's be clear, child labor violates the right of every child to be a child and to grow up free from exploitation, abuse, and violence. We need to get back on track right away. For some families facing economic crisis and instability, child labor is a coping mechanism. These families need direct support to help them weather storms without putting their children into work. We also need to keep all children learning in school, where they belong, and to reintegrate children and adolescents who had to drop out. We need to build a strong child protection workforce and to partner with the business community to eliminate child labor at every link of the supply chain. And we need to bridge the finance gap with increased development assistance to combat child labor in all its forms. We must never accept child labor as inevitable. We have the power to change it. I look forward to our work together to ensure that every child, everywhere, has a childhood.
Hello, this is Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, and it's an honor for me to be able to address you here today. I would like to thank the government of South Africa and the city of Durban for hosting this vital conference. In our mission to eliminate child labor and forced labor, it's an important opportunity for global leaders to learn from each other, coordinate action, and share strategies. Last year, for the first time in 20 years, global progress against child labor stalled, and in some cases even went backwards. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, children around the world have become more and more vulnerable to the worst forms of child labor. This is unacceptable. We're at a critical moment, and it's our responsibility to take collective action to double down on our efforts and our resources to eliminate child labor. No company, no country, no individual should get rich off the labor of children or by exploiting workers in forced labor. It's a denial of fundamental human and labor rights. The United States is proud to be a global leader in the fight to combat child labor and forced labor. Our priorities are enforcing labor laws, expanding social protection programs, fighting discrimination, and advancing gender and racial equity. The task before us is daunting, but it's not impossible. It's more important than ever for all governments to ensure that families have access to decent work and social protection. President Biden has said, human rights and fundamental freedoms are each equally the entitlement of all. So our administration is proud to stand with you here today as we work collectively towards this goal. Together, we can build a world where children are free to learn, grow, play, and achieve their full potential. Thank you.
The United States of America. In presence with us now here in Durban is Australian High Commissioner to South Africa, Madame Kamath. If I can ask you to come to the podium. We can give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. And having just heard the very powerful message from Tara, I'd particularly like to acknowledge the boys and girls who are at the heart of this conference today. Australia welcomes the opportunity to address the 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labour. We warmly thank the South African Government and the ILO for hosting this important event and continuing the global discussion on efforts to end child labour. As Australia's High Commissioner to South Africa, I'm honoured to be able to provide this statement today. I do so on behalf of the Australian Government, which is currently in caretaker mode as we await the results of our national election this weekend. Sadly, child labour is a global problem, and all delegates at this conference have a shared responsibility to tackle the factors that contribute to child labour in order to eliminate it. Australia is concerned that for the first time in 2 decades, child labour has risen and is now at 160 million. At the last global conference in 2017, Australia committed to ratifying the ILO's Forced Labour Protocol, taking legislative action to establish a modern slavery in supply chains reporting requirement, and reviewing that legislation 3 years after introduction to ensure that it continues to reflect international best practice. On the 31st of March this year, we became the 59th country to ratify the Protocol of 2014 to the Forced Labour Convention. In 2018, the Australian Parliament also passed the Modern Slavery Act 2018, which requires large businesses to publish annual statements outlining their actions to assess and address modern slavery risks in their global operations and supply chains. As part of this legislation, the Australian Government is currently undertaking a statutory review of the Act on the first 3 years of its operations. In addition to these commitments, in December 2019, Australia released its National Action Plan to Combat Modern Slavery 2020 to 25, which provides the strategic framework for Australia's response to modern slavery, including action items to better support and protect children. More recently, on the 25th of March this year, Australia released its International Engagement Strategy on Human Trafficking and Modern Slavery. This strategy sets out Australia's approach to increasing our strategic cooperation with partners and strengthening the systems in our region to detect, prevent, and respond to these crimes. Forced labour, including child labour, is one of the 3 focus areas in the strategy. These documents highlight Australia's commitment to working with the international community to meet the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals. As the inaugural chair of Alliance 8.7 and now an observer in its global coordinating group, we note the important part Alliance 8.7 plays in progressing international cooperation. The participation of delegates from around the globe at this conference is a testament to the will of the international community to make meaningful progress on SDG Target 8.7 to end child labour. Australia looks forward to continuing to work with our social partners, international governments, business and civil society organisations to work toward a future where no child is subjected to child labour. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Australian High Commissioner to South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, we turn to 2 video statements now. We're going to Mexico to hear from the Honorable Luisa Maria Lujan, the Secretary of Labor and Social Security in Mexico.
Me da mucho gusto dirigir este mensaje en el marco de la 5ª Conferencia Mundial sobre la Eliminación del Trabajo Infantil, que como cada edición nos invita a reflexionar, a debatir, a compartir buenas prácticas que abonen a la lucha para su erradicación. Para abonar a esta causa a través de la política social emprendida desde el Gobierno de México, nos hemos abocado a recuperar la noción del estado de bienestar, entendiendo este estado de bienestar como el piso mínimo que garantiza que todos puedan acceder a los mismos derechos desde la infancia hasta la vejez. A través de una inversión histórica hemos atendido las causas estructurales que originan el trabajo infantil, como son la exclusión o los ingresos insuficientes. Es así que uno de los principales elementos de la política laboral ha sido recuperar el salario, iniciar con el salario mínimo. Desde 2019 hasta la fecha hemos logrado una recuperación del 71% de su poder adquisitivo. Y esto ha contribuido a elevar los ingresos de los hogares, evitando que ante la falta de recursos, niñas, niños y adolescentes se vean orillados a desertar de la escuela para trabajar. Asimismo, a través de distintos programas de becas, hoy casi 9 millones de estudiantes de todos los niveles educativos reciben un apoyo que garantiza su permanencia escolar. También a través del programa de apoyo para el bienestar de niñas y niños hijos de madres trabajadoras se apoya a los hogares monoparentales a cargo del cuidado de más de 350,000 niños y niñas. Además, México ha sido una de las primeras naciones en implementar el modelo de identificación de riesgos de trabajo infantil, compromiso que, por cierto, adoptamos en 2019 en el marco de nuestro rol de país pionero en la Alianza 8.7. Por último, estamos reforzando la coordinación entre distintas instituciones y órdenes de gobierno y hemos creado la Red Nacional de Comisiones para la Prevención y Erradicación del Trabajo Infantil. Finalmente, decirles que en México existe plena disposición para que todos los actores que integramos el mundo del trabajo podamos generar acciones conjuntas a nivel global para que ninguna niña, ningún niño, ningún adolescente tenga que abandonar sus estudios y ver sacrificado su tiempo de recreación para comenzar a trabajar. Les mandamos un fuerte abrazo acá desde la Secretaría del Trabajo y Previsión Social del Gobierno de México.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Honorable Luisa Maria Lujan, the Secretary of Labor and Social Security in Mexico. We turn our attention to a video message from Mr. Q Dong-yu, the Director General of the FAO.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this important global conference, jointly organized by the government of South Africa and the International Labour Organization, put the spotlight on the African continent to step up efforts to address the child labor. Worldwide, agriculture accounts for 70% of all child labor, with children started from work as young as 5 years old, as unpaired family labor. In Sub-Saharan Africa, 4 out of 5 child laborers are found working too many hours, undertaking heavy and dangerous work in crop farming, livestock, forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture. Those children are not able to benefit from the compulsory education. This needs to stop. We want the children to become young people who are enthusiastic about farming and agriculture. We need educated young farmers who are innovative and can feed both their families and the world to protect the planet and sustain peace. Yet, global progress against the child labor has not moved forward. The elimination of child labor will not be achieved without a breakthrough on the African continent and in the agriculture sector. All stakeholders across the agriculture sector can make a difference. Family poverty is the main reason for child labor. Crises, disasters, and the impact of the climate crisis have reduced the capacity of small-scale farmers to produce and earn enough. They rely on the children to do adult work and meet their basic needs. The COVID-19 pandemic has made this situation worse. Children have been used to compensate the income loss and the lack of a workforce in the agricultural sector due to the movement restrictions. In 2021, during the International Year for Elimination of Child Labor, FAO intensified its work to address the child labor in agriculture. Throughout the year, we mobilized the regional agricultural stakeholders and organized the high-level Global Solutions Forum. During the forum, we listened to the children, youth, and the panelists represented more than 40 different countries. It reconfirmed that all the stakeholders across the agri-food systems have a role to play to prevent child labor, and the solution exists but needed to be adapted and scaled up. We need many and strong partnerships to join our new child labor prevention facility to scale up those solutions. We are confident that the call to action of this conference will give the needed attention to the agricultural sector and the global agri-food systems. We must prioritize agriculture, and we must work together across sectors for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life for all, leaving no one behind. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kyu Dong-yu, the Director General of the FAO. In presence with us here in Durban is Madame Kalpana Rajankot, the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Labour and Employment in India. Madame, the podium is yours.
Thank you, dear pretty moderator. Namaste. Good day and good evening to everyone. At the outset, let me highlight Indian Vedic scriptures, which emphasize on the importance of child in the cycles of rebirth. A child needs to grow, to be filled with joy in her or his childhood, and child labor is a scourge in that aspect. India stands fully committed to eradicate child labor from the country. We have made significant progress in fight against child labor. The amendment in the Child Labor Act in 2016 is a noteworthy achievement of Government of India. To ensure effective enforcement of the provisions of law, we put in place the standard operating procedures for rescue and rehabilitation. The rules also set up Technical Advisory Committee and Child Advisory Board at the central level. I would also like to highlight the importance of education to children, wherein Government of India has provided for every child of the age of 6 to 14 years a right to free and compulsory education. Through Universal Education Scheme, formal education is being given to children where midday meal is given to them. Besides this, the scheme also identifies all out-of-school children who are linked to special training centers where they're given bridge education. COVID-19 does not seem to have spared any country. The spread of COVID-19 pandemic had the potential to thwart the efforts put over the years for eliminating child labor. However, due to the concerted and sustained efforts taken by the Government of India during the pandemic on different fronts, be it public health issues like universal vaccination coverage to 1.3 billion people, livelihood programs. Yesterday, Nobel Peace Laureate Kailash Satyarthi ji had made a mention of India's iconic employment security scheme, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Program, where people are provided a guaranteed employment of 100 days in a year. Economic recovery packages, social security or welfare schemes. Through another food security scheme, where free of cost food grains are being provided to population of 800 million during the entire pandemic period. We have focused not only on rescue of the victims from child labor, but also on their rehabilitation into the mainstream through focused scheme, public awareness and information campaign on no child labor, has been successful in changing the mindscape of employers. In the end, let me emphasize again that India is steadily moving forward on its stated objective of eradication of child labor and stands strongly committed to it. Vande Mataram. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Madam Kalpana Raj Singhot, the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Labour and Employment in India. Thank you very much, Madam, for your message. We turn our focus now back onto our video statements of commitment. We're going to hear now, ladies and gentlemen, from the Honourable Seamus O'Regan, the Minister of Labour in Canada.
I'm Seamus O'Regan, Canada's Minister of Labour. Thank you for that kind introduction, and I also want to thank South Africa for hosting this conference. I'm speaking to you from my office in St. John's on the island of Newfoundland, which is the traditional home of the Beothuk. Canada is a country of Indigenous peoples. It is also a country of immigrants, of settlers. So many of our stories sound the same. So many of us, my grandfather included, came to Canada to sell the only thing that we had in order to make a better life for our families. Our labor. Your labor should open doors for you. It should unlock opportunities. There's something special about it in the sense that even if you have nothing, even if you own nothing, you still have your labor, which is what makes forced labor so disgusting and so wrong. Forced labor takes from you the things that are yours no matter what. The strength of your body, the power of your mind. Consider the harshness of a world that would do that to a person, and then remember that this is done to children as well. 160 million children around the world, victims of child labor. It's often dangerous work, in harsh conditions. I don't need to explain why it's wrong, or why it's the opposite of what childhood should be. I mean, these children are being denied their basic rights to go to school, or just to play. This problem goes beyond the scope of a single government like Canada's. It goes beyond the work of one or a slate of charities. In Canada, we've taken action over the past few years to help combat this problem, but it needs to affect how we all trade. It needs to affect how we negotiate agreements in the international community. In renegotiating the North American Free Trade Agreement, we managed to get union-led provisions into trade with Mexico, funding multiple projects to empower their labor movement and addressing child and forced labor in their economy. Because if it's in their economy, it's in our economy. Je suis fier de dire que nous avons fait des progrès en ce qui concerne les engagements que nous avons pris lors de la dernière conférence mondiale en 2017. Nous avons mis à jour notre code de conduite en matière d'approvisionnement afin que les fournisseurs sachent ce qu'on attend d'eux en matière de respect des droits de travail et des autres droits de la personne. De plus, depuis novembre 2021, tous les contrats liés aux marchandises comprennent maintenant des clauses contre le travail forcé. We're also working right now with colleagues from multiple federal political parties on a legislative answer to the question of forced labor in Canadian supply chains. It's a complicated question. It's one with a lot of passion, a lot of voices in our House of Commons right now, but together we're going to come up with an answer. It's going to be a long road to address this. It's going to take all of us. So let's get on. Now. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Let's get on, and let's get on with it right now. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the Honourable O'Regan, Minister of Labour in Canada. We turn our focus now to His Excellency Zacarias da Costa, the Executive Secretary in the Community of Portuguese language-speaking countries. Ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the screen.
A Comunidade dos Países de Língua Portuguesa, CPLP, ressaltando a importância de alcançar a erradicação do trabalho infantil e encorajada pelos progressos alcançados pelos seus Estados-membros desde 2006, congratulando-se com a ratificação por todos os seus Estados-membros das Convenções número 138 e número 182 da Organização Internacional do Trabalho, OIT, e com o trabalho conjunto desenvolvido com esta organização. C. Enaltecendo o reforço da concertação e cooperação entre os Estados-membros e a crescente coordenação destes com organizações de empregadores e de trabalhadores, ONGs, sociedade civil e organizações regionais e internacionais, partilhando boas práticas, metodologias e modelos associados à governação global de políticas públicas sobre trabalho e assuntos sociais, a linha D, destacando o seu compromisso com a Aliança 8.7 e os seus objetivos, às quais a CPLP aderiu em 2022, reafirma o compromisso com a erradicação do trabalho infantil em consonância com a meta 8.7 da Agenda 2030 para o Desenvolvimento Sustentável, nomeadamente assegurar a proibição e eliminação das piores formas de trabalho infantil, incluindo o recrutamento e a utilização de crianças soldado, e até 2025 acabar com o trabalho infantil em todas as suas formas. B. A prossecução de esforços para a gradual institucionalização nos Estados-membros da CPLP, segundo as circunstâncias nacionais, de canais regulares de participação tripartida combinados com os mecanismos consagrados de representação política e a promoção de parcerias políticas e técnicas com diferentes parceiros internacionais para o desenvolvimento, nomeadamente no quadro da Organização das Nações Unidas. C. O reforço da temática do trabalho infantil nos programas dos Estados-membros, numa lógica de transversalidade, complementaridade, coerência, promovendo a aplicação de políticas públicas abrangentes para garantir a erradicação do trabalho infantil. D. A necessidade de evitar que muitas crianças em risco de trabalho infantil vejam a sua situação agravada e sejam submetidas a formas de trabalho perigosas em resultado de crises ambientais, económicas, sociais, políticas e também sanitárias, nomeadamente a pandemia Covid-19, procurando incentivar a promoção de programas que, nessas situações, garantam o acesso à educação nos Estados-membros e, assim, prevenir o trabalho infantil. É o reforço dos mecanismos de empoderamento das famílias vulneráveis e a adoção de medidas de prevenção da exploração económica de crianças e adolescentes, em particular das meninas, no trabalho doméstico e à exposição a acidentes e abusos físicos e psicológicos, incluindo sexuais. F. O reforço das ações na luta contra o trabalho infantil, contra o trabalho forçado e contra o tráfico de crianças a nível global, regional, nacional e comunitário, baseados nas convenções e recomendações da OIT e na Convenção das Nações Unidas sobre os Direitos da Criança. Feita e assinada em Durban, em 16 de maio de 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's His Excellency Zacarias da Costa, Executive Secretary for the Community of Portuguese Language-Speaking Countries. We turn back our focus to Durban once again, ladies and gentlemen, and call to the podium Madame Ami Larsen-Jane, the Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of Sweden in Pretoria, delivering a commitment statement on behalf of the Nordic countries. Madame, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway and Sweden. First of all, we would like to express our gratitude to the government of South Africa and the ILO for organizing this important conference on the elimination of child labor. The first global conference on child labor took place in a Nordic country, more precisely in Norway, 25 years ago. Now we are gathered here in Durban, and continued efforts in the fight against child labor are urgently and still needed. The number of children in child labor has risen for the first time in 2 decades, partly because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Especially for girls, going to school in addition to managing work and household chores heightens their risk of falling behind, making them even more vulnerable to poverty and exclusion. Also, elimination of hazardous child labor, performed by 79 million children around the world, must be a priority. We have less than 10 years to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, and time is even more pressing when it comes to end child labor in all its forms by 2025. International cooperation is important in order to reach the SDG target 8.7, aiming at eliminating child labor, eradicating forced labor, and ending modern slavery and human trafficking. We need to make sure that all children can exercise their human rights and protect them from exploitation. To be able to address child labor effectively, collaboration is essential between different stakeholders, such as non-governmental organizations, governments, trade unions, employers' organizations, private sector, and others. Social dialogue is key, in line with the Nordic model, which has served us well for over 100 years. Ensuring that children and young people can resume their education will both mitigate the long-term economic consequences of the pandemic and help to combat child labor. Ensuring that every child develops knowledge and skills for the future is fundamental for keeping children in school, protecting them from child labor, and hopefully equip them for decent work opportunities as adults. Businesses also have a responsibility to contribute to the elimination of child labor. Promoting enterprises' transparency and work on fundamental human rights and decent working conditions in accordance with the OECD's guidelines for multinational companies and the UN guiding principles on business and human rights is essential in this regard. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's a thank you to Madame Ami Larsen-Jane, the Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of Sweden in Pretoria, on behalf of the Nordic countries. We turn to our final 2 video statements before we come to our last in-person statement in Durban. It's my pleasure to bring your attention to a message from Honorable Paul Mavima, the Minister of Public Service, Labour and Welfare in Zimbabwe.
I am Professor Paul Mavima, Minister of Public Service, Labour and Social Welfare for the Republic of Zimbabwe. The government of Zimbabwe, at this 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labour, wishes to add its voice to the global call for the elimination of child labour and forced labour, as well as accelerating the realization of SDG target 8.7. My government views child labour as an inhibitor to the full growth and development of children, as well as stealing their ability to realize and fulfill their full potential. Zimbabwe is committed to the elimination of child labour and supports the full participation and attendance of children in school as instrumental to the fight against this global scourge. In this regard, my government has increased social protection coverage to vulnerable households. In the area of education, the number of children supported by the Basic Education Assistance Module, BEAM, has increased from 450,000 in the year 2020 to 1 million in 2021 and is expected to reach 1.5 million in 2022. Starting in 2023, my government will start a phased implementation of state-funded basic education policy. This investment by the government is meant to ensure that all children from disadvantaged and vulnerable households are able to attend school and are not exposed to incidences of child labor. Furthermore, social protection through the harmonized social cash transfer to vulnerable members of society has been scaled up in the face of increased vulnerabilities exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Provision of food in cases of drought and other emergencies remains a priority in ensuring that families do not resort to harmful coping mechanisms, such as sending off their children to working in hazardous environments. The government would like to reiterate its commitment to the fight against the elimination of child labor in all economic spheres and ensure the full protection and safeguarding of the rights and welfare of children. Our labor inspectorate system is being strengthened to ensure compliance to regulations on minimum age of entry for employment. It is therefore our firm belief that working together with tripartite partners and civil society, we can create a world free from child labor and a world in which all children can realize their full potential.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the Honorable Paul Mavhima, the Minister of Public Service and Labour and Social Welfare from Zimbabwe. We turn our focus now to the Honorable Pierre-Yves Damania, the First Vice Minister in the Ministry of Economy and Work from Belgium.
Mesdames, Messieurs, chers collègues, Excellences, chacune et chacun en vos titres et qualités. Je voudrais dans un premier temps remercier l'Afrique du Sud et le Bureau international du travail pour l'organisation de cette conférence. Si nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui, c'est que le travail des enfants reste malheureusement une réalité partout dans le monde. En effet, la pandémie a mis un coup d'arrêt aux années de progrès pour lutter contre les formes les plus graves du travail des enfants. La mise en œuvre effective de toutes les normes de l'OIT, l'accès à l'éducation et le développement des systèmes de protection sociale universels sont des outils puissants pour combattre durablement et efficacement le travail des enfants. Aucun pays n'est à l'abri de ce genre de pratiques insupportables. Nous l'avons expérimenté récemment en Belgique, où des enfants étaient mis au travail en soirée et parfois la nuit dans des entrepôts de distribution de colis. Grâce à nos services d'inspection performants, ces dépôts ont été fermés. Il est en effet indispensable de développer des inspections du travail qui assurent le respect des législations partout et en toute indépendance et de garantir la liberté syndicale. La Belgique reste résolument impliquée dans la lutte contre le travail des enfants et contribue avec détermination à l'ensemble de l'action de l'OIT. Le programme international pour l'abolition du travail des enfants et du travail forcé de l'OIT est un des fleurons de cette action. Dans la région des Grands Lacs et en Afrique de l'Ouest, nous soutenons également le déploiement d'une nouvelle initiative de coopération consacrée au développement de la protection sociale et du travail décent. Par ailleurs, nous poursuivons également l'examen d'une adhésion à l'Alliance 8.7 dans le cadre des objectifs de développement durable à l'horizon 2030. Enfin, la Belgique est résolument engagée dans la réflexion sur l'encadrement légal du rôle et des responsabilités des entreprises tout au long de leur chaîne de valeur. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
It's a big thank you to the Honorable Damania, First Vice Minister in the Ministry of Economy and Work in Belgium. Ladies and gentlemen, we're closing off the Voices of the World with the Voice here in Durban. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Archbishop Peter Brian Wells, representing the Holy See, to come and address us as the final voice to round up the Voices of the World. Over to you, sir.
Dear friends, brothers and sisters all,
Good afternoon. It is my honor to present to you the message from His Holiness Pope Francis. On the occasion of the 5th Global Conference on the Elimination of Child Labor, I send warm greetings and prayerful good wishes to you and to all those gathered in Durban for this event. While significant progress has been made in eliminating the scourge of child labor from society, this tragedy has been worsened by the impact of the global health crisis and the spread of extreme poverty in many parts of our world, where the lack of decent work opportunities for adults and adolescents, migration, and humanitarian emergencies condemn millions of young girls and boys to a life of economic and cultural impoverishment. Sadly, too many small hands are busy plowing fields, working in mines, traveling great distance to draw water, and doing work that prevents them from attending school, to say nothing of the crime of child prostitution, which has robbed millions of children of the joy of their youth and their God-given dignity. Since poverty is in fact the chief factor that exposes children to labor exploitation, I am confident that your deliberations will not fail to address the structural causes of global poverty and the scandalous inequality that continues to exist among the members of the human family. So too, I trust that the present conference will lead to increased awareness and commitment on the part of social actors and relevant international and national bodies working to find appropriate and effective ways of protecting the dignity and rights of children, especially through the promotion of social protection systems and access to education on the part of all. The issue of child labor is of particular concern to the Catholic Church, whose social teaching stresses that by ensuring the present and future of children, we are also ensuring the present and future of the entire human family. Indeed, the way we relate to children, the extent to which we respect their innate human dignity and fundamental rights, expresses what kind of adults we are and want to be, and what kind of society we want to build. The Holy See, for its part, will continue to work to ensure that the international community perseveres in its efforts to combat child labor exploitation resolutely, jointly, and decisively, so that children will be able to enjoy the beauty of this stage of life while also cultivating dreams for a bright future. I thank you and your colleagues at the International Labor Organization for organizing and promoting this conference. I pray that your deliberations will be a pledge of lasting growth and prosperous future for children throughout the world who dream of seeing their lives flourish. Francis from the Vatican, 15 May 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes our proceedings for today. Can we give all the participants in the Voices of the World a big round of applause, please? Thank you very much. I'm going to keep you on stage because I've got only two very quick announcements and then we can all walk off together. Ladies and gentlemen, that does mean we've come to the end of our program for today. But as you know, the program remains robust and engaging as the week proceeds. And so an encouragement from me to you to go and make sure that you check in on your conference app, make sure that you have scheduled the sessions that you want to participate in. Be mindful of the fact that some of the sessions are parallel sessions. And so also be clear in terms of the venues you need to be in so that you do not miss any of the conversations that you want to be in on for the rest of the week. A quick reminder as well that our hashtag remains End Child Labor. We're using this hashtag to amplify the message of all the conversations that are taking place here to the rest of the world. And a final reminder from me is what Tara reminded us to do from a personal pledging perspective. If you do want to participate in the campaign of raising your hand for children, we look forward to seeing your selfies on social media with your hand in the air, a smiley face on that hand, and of course for us to retweet and share this as a global moment. From myself, Nozipho Shabalala, I will be seeing you briefly tomorrow for the African Union session. Enjoy the rest of the proceedings. Thank you for having us. It is goodbye for now. Thank you very much.